Hello. Hi, everyone. Yellow Mellow. Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. All right, guys. Do we put background music on while I yap or no music? Psyduck on loop. No, if we have background music, it'll be like very, you know, low key. Yo, we had a 3-yil from Melly.
Inderbell 4-year.
No, a 4-yil.
Thank you for the 4 years.
From Derry. What's up, bro?
Ways of Unite Kingdom 9107.
It's just that easy. What's up, bro? Thank you. Question: what's your input on Victory Bell Mega Evolution? It is amazing. It was Tea Day, not Rivals Day. Why not both? Low key tea. Okay, let's see. We put like some really low Pokemon bike road music. All Pokemon bicycle poker ride themes. Oh, this is good. You guys even hear it? We have a lot of fun stuff planned today. This also will be a YouTube video. I'm excited to say that I want to bring the YouTube channel back. There's a fly in my room. On. This won't be the start of the YouTube video. We can turn it up a little bit. Like a smidge. We smidged it up. More flies? Yeah, there's just like a fly in my room the whole time. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I wasn't down here for a while, so they like colonized. Because there was no action. Okay. So, what do we have planned today? We're gonna go through all the games that I played in at Worlds. We will discuss some drama alleged. I'll answer any questions you guys have that I'm capable of answering. I'll say it now. You guys can ask, but I won't have an answer for you in terms of what our roster is going to be next season. We're getting close. We're getting close to locking it in, but it's not locked in yet. And I don't want to, you know, because there's like moving pieces and there's pieces involved in terms of people potentially playing on the team and not playing on the team. Me saying anything could jeopardize it. Leak a teammate. Could I do that? Could I leak one teammate? So I am playing in NA. And we'll leak a teammate. Not now. Actually, this is perfect perfect for us to start the video. So we're gonna watch all our Worlds games. I'm gonna talk about some tea. When I'm watching all the Worlds games, we're gonna go through draft, my mindset on draft. I'll make a mini tier list for the tournament that I thought was like my perspective on what the meta was like. I will leak one teammate other than myself that I intend to play with next season, hopefully. And then we'll see where it takes us. Maybe we'll watch some other games from Worlds if anyone's really interested. I didn't watch all the games, so it'd be fun to watch all of them back. But okay. So, I played with Nouns. We got top 8 at Worlds. If some of you guys are paying real close attention, you would have noticed. Here, I'll go full screen for this. I have a top 8 hat that I was given as a part of our, you know, as a part of us getting to top 8. What else? We got this really gorgeous playmat. Top 8 on the bottom right. Really cool. I might be selling the playmat. Not sure. I don't know. I have so much stuff that it's like, how much am I supposed to keep on display, you know? Frame it. I'm keeping the card, I decided, because we got a card. I sent it into grade. I want it authenticated. I'll put this up. I want to keep the hat. I love hats. And then we also got this really cool looking messenger bag, which I might use this as like a daily bag. I haven't decided. So one of the things I'm not sure, I'm either going to sell this or the playmat. If I do and anyone's interested in buying it, I'll probably put it on Twitter, but I don't know. We'll see. I'd have to have a reason to want to spend the money. So I got those 3 things for getting top 8. Top 8 was quarterfinals. Something purchased, I alluded to last stream as well. Purchased a lot. I spent a lot of money, but this is probably my favorite purchase. Is a Pokemon jukebox. Sadly, I thought these were presets that I could press, and it would play like a Pokemon song that was preloaded on the jukebox. But that's just for show. It has FM, AM radio, Bluetooth, aux that you can directly plug in, and a CD player. Push to open. That's the CD player. So my goal eventually, and it has Bluetooth. It has, I don't know if I said Bluetooth or not. It has Bluetooth as well. Ryan, who's like been a mod of the channel for a while, he's a, you know, he's a coder programmer guy. I was thinking of maybe asking him if there's a way that we could, there should be a way that we could have a channel point reward that would, with my computer, send a Bluetooth thing to the jukebox, and it could play like a 10-second thing off the jukebox as a channel point reward. I think that'd be really fun. So we'll see if that's possible. It has a speaker built into it, obviously. It should be possible, right? So yeah. Anyways, let's start watching the games. The games that we played 2 group stage matches because we only had 3 teams in our group. The teams that we had were V1 from NA. We had PRX from APAC. And we were meant to have one of the Chinese teams, but they were a no-show, sadly. Probably because of visa, but I don't actually know what the reason was. Our match against V1 was on the B stage, but for whatever reason, not all the games from the B stage were covered. And at the venue itself, this Palace was there, my girlfriend. She was going to record the games in case they didn't stream them, but they were having tech issues, so they didn't even have like a TV that the in-people audience could watch off of. And they didn't let anyone into the player area. And the way that we were facing, I don't even think she could get like a view from standing behind us. So those games, they just don't exist. I did find the Unite API for them, so we can at least look at the draft and I can talk to you guys about them. So this was game 1. I played Suicune. My first game at Worlds in the supporter role. I didn't even play a support Pokemon. Actually, my first 3 games at Worlds. These are my first 3 Worlds games. I played Suicune. I think this game, we were the higher seeded team because we were a 1 seed and V1 was not a 1 seed. So we got to pick if we wanted first pick or second pick. I and the rest of the team, like me and Toon, were the ones that really led the draft. We both decided that we were probably just going to pick 2P. Reason being, you know, there's a lot of strong first pick characters. Obviously, there's Ho-Oh, Charizard, Suicune, among other things. But I think we decided that into a team that we don't have a lot of experience into, having the flexibility to last pick our Pokemon so we don't get counterpicked is probably optimal. And I think the draft, if I remember right, went something like this. They first picked Ho-Oh, and I think we immediately went like Suicune Blaziken, or maybe we went Suicune. Yeah, I think we went Suicune Blaze or either Suicune Zacian. And the idea, and I guess I can make like a very rough tier list for you guys while we talk about this. I'll put all the mons that were like really good, and then we can talk about it from there. But the idea was that Suicune is really, really strong. For Suicune. And Blaziken is really strong. But the problem is that Suicune has such a favorable matchup into Blaziken that if one team has Suicune, the other team being able to play Blaze becomes like a C or D tier mon. So our philosophy, at least for like the early stages of the tournament, was that we have a good Blaziken player. A lot of teams have solid Blaziken players. We scouted them. We knew that they also had a decent Blaze player. We also knew that they had a decent Leafeon player, and I think that was one of the mons that we had banned. And the idea was that we get Suicune early, that if they go Blaziken into our Suicune, it's fine. We don't care. And they also pair together really well because Suicune helps any melee character win the lane. It has a lot of damage. It's very tanky. It's essentially like, you know, having both Hoopa and Blissey as a laner. Like, you have good last hit and you kind of have a stun, and you're tanky and you're really good at holding pads. So it just had a lot going on for the character. Let's quickly fill this out. I thought Alcremie was up here, so I'm just gonna put that because that's where I thought it was. There's Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh was big OP. I put like Lax up here. This is like very, very, very rough tier list. Okay, it's not meant to be like I put a lot of thought into it, but just so you get an idea of the mons that were good. I think by the end of the tournament, we all had felt that Mewtwo Y might have just been S tier. Obviously, Latios is the other one I'm missing. Am I missing anything? Eld. Blast was really strong. Talon was decent. Dorks, pretty good. And like, there's some characters that some teams use really well, like Zeraora from Aegis Flames is really good. You know, Scyther. I mean, so many teams use Scyther. I might as well just put it up there because we definitely had reads on people using Scyther. It's probably something around this, okay? And the idea was, to go back to our draft, the idea was that if we got Suicune, it would make it so that characters like Zacian, like Blaziken, that we thought were strong, teams would feel a little disincentivized to pick them, and then we could pick it on top of it, and it would be really good. So I don't remember our exact 1-2. I want to say we did Suicune Blaze, but we might have done Suicune Zacian. Looking back, I think Suicune Zacian makes more sense with our philosophy, so let's assume we did that. They would have first picked Ho-Oh. And another part that goes into scouting teams, right? And I'm going to leak some professional draft tips for you guys. But we knew that V1 played Ho-Oh, but we knew that they didn't really play it in the tank role. So if they selected it, if they picked Ho-Oh, it meant that their support was going to be Ho-Oh. And now this means that they can't pick a healing support. Or their tank would have to play it, and then their draft would get really weird, right? So we knew that things like Hoopa, Eldegoss, none of those were going to be able to come out. Obviously, they weren't going to be able to do any kind of Comfy line, right? So we had that in the back of our mind, right? And if you aren't going to be able to go like a healing kind of support, the chances of you picking a ranged attacker that might need more help is going to be a lot less. So immediately in our mind, right, it's like, this is probably going to be a decent Lapras game. I'm remembering the bans now. I think the bans were like Leaf, like we banned like Leafeon Snorlax maybe. And I don't remember what they banned, truthfully, but it doesn't really matter. So anyways, they first pick Ho-Oh. We go like Suicune. I think we went Suicune Blaze or Suicune Zacian. It's probably Suicune Blaze though. I think they immediately went like Dodrio Crustle. And that was something we weren't expecting. But I guess in hindsight, it makes a little bit sense. I think Charizard was definitely something else that was banned. They must have banned Charizard. We weren't expecting them to pick Dodrio high. I don't think it was like something we had scouted too much. Dodrio was something that we were also really confident in playing. I think it was like one of Galu's best mons. On land, you get to play it on 0 ping. So it's just immediately better. So that was a good pick by them. But I think the draft got to the point where they had selected, they had their entire draft done and we had last pick. And our mons at that point, I remember very clearly, were Suicune, Blaze, Zacian, Lapras. And we got to this point and we couldn't really flex a lot of our picks because Adesu was the only one playing Zacian on our team and Galu was the only one playing Blaze again on our team. So it had to be a Toon Slim mon. It had to be something that Toon played. And Toon normally plays like, you know, the junglers or the like Toon's hero pool is kind of weird. He plays a lot of different stuff. We had already, Charizard was banned out. Lottie was banned for sure. Rapidash was another ban. Now it's coming back to me. So things that Toon could play, right, were the speedsters that he played were like Talonflame basically and Absol. Those didn't look too hot into their team. Like Absol could have probably worked, but we would just be so heavy on melee. And Armarouge was a range that we really liked putting Toon on. Toon's really good at Armarouge, and I think it's just like a sleeper strong Pokemon. But if you look into their comp, Armarouge looks pretty bad, right? They have a range character that outranges Armarouge, and they have 2 melee speedsters that can burst the Armarouge or deal damage to it that he can't really access. And it's not like Crustle's also not a great matchup because Armarouge isn't going to go Flame Charge, so the Rock Tomb stucks you. The Mewtwo-I, it was something Toon didn't practice a whole lot of, but I think he felt pretty confident on it. And at the start of the tournament, we probably had Mewtwo-I in A tier, but the more we played and the more we saw other teams play, I think it was actually an S tier Pokemon. It just matches really well into speedsters, like, you know, Dodrio gets Side Striked, he has to be able to jump kick to safety or burn his full heal / ult. Obviously, Talon can fly out of it, but if Talon's already flown, he can't do anything. And Mewtwo-I has double teleport to get out of Rock Tomb, to get out of speedster danger. And it's a strong laner if you can A-press them hard, which was tough to do this game. But I think this might have been a game where we had sent Toon top. Our concern was that they might invade, and I wanted to cover the invade with Suicune and then lane top. And then I think Adesu felt fine laning bottom. So yeah, this game, more or less, it went fine. It went like, things got a little bit scary in the mid game. I think I actually had a bad death to Dodrio when I was rotating down. They caught me without my eject being up. But other than that, like, you know, I think I got a lot of damage on the Ho-Oh in one of the fights, made the game really easy. I actually did, I don't even remember that. I out-damaged 2 of my damage dealers as a support this game. But that happens this weekend sometimes in the longer fights. So anyways, we go to game number 2. There was something awkward that happened in game number 1 that happened even worse in game number 2. And game number 2, even though we went 4-13-0, and we actually stomped this game. This game actually taught us something about draft that we didn't realize through our practice. And it was the moment I picked Suicune, we're comfortable flexing it to Adesu. Like, Adesu's really good at Suicune, I'm really good at Suicune. But in draft, you only have like 15 seconds to make that decision, right? So they lost game 1. They elected to go first pick. We were happy because we wanted second pick anyways. The bans more or less were the same. They first pick Ho again. We went Suicune, and I think we decided that we wanted to take the Dodrio higher, just because Galu was really confident on the Dodrio, and it was like, why not give Gatlu a character that he's really confident on, that they also want to play? Ryan, thanks for the tier 3. Should have just played support Darkrai. True.
You should have just played support Poke
But-
and Darkrai.
So yeah, we went Suicune Dodrio, so they don't take the Dodrio, something that they had just played, and we felt like we really wanted it. But the problem now was that on our 3-4, right? Like if I pull up the draft sim here, right? Just guess the bans were Leafeon, Charizard, Rapidash. We'll say like it was Umbreon Rapidash. I can find Rapidash. I think this is like an older one. Anyways, just imagine. Oh, there it is, Rapidash. They go Ho-Oh. And we lock in Suicune, Dodrio. And what do they go here? I think they, oh yeah, so I remember I think maybe their plan was to like take away our picks or something. And they went Zacian, Blaziken. But we would never pick Blaze Dodrio because, I mean, I guess technically we could pick Blaze Dodrio, but it would mean Toon would be playing Dodrio and he hadn't really practiced it much. So we would never, like, they could have held on the Blaze pick. And we're also fine on the Blaze pick because we have Suicune, right? And like I mentioned, like I was really confident playing the Suicune into Blaze matchup. And I didn't think it was a matchup that would be playable, at least for the way that this tournament was set up. It also meant, right, that this is like a flaw of their draft. One counter to Suicune is Blissey, right? All Suicune does is CC and some chip damage. Blissey safeguard hard counters it. To be honest, even Eggs is a soft counter to it because like Blissey can just constantly keep the person alive that's getting damaged. But the moment they lock in Ho-Oh, we know that they can't pick up pocket support. So it like we know that they're never gonna go Blissey because their tank player isn't gonna play Blissey and only their support has been playing Ho-Oh, right? We had this read on them. So this is the part of the draft where we kind of got confused, and this is like a moment in the draft that was a big learning moment for us as a team. And it kind of helped us later in the tournament. It was something that I was like, holy shit, like we can't let this happen to us. We got to this point and I'm like, okay, Adesu, your Zacian's gone. We were expecting to just Zacian on the 3-4 here. And it's like, okay, Adesu, what do you want to play Zacian? Or sorry, do you want to play Suicune? Or should I pick a support? And Adesu wasn't sure. And I was like, I want her to be Suicune, but I also want my attacker player who's been playing Zacian the whole tournament, or the whole practice slot, who's confident in playing Zacian and Suicune. I wanted him to pick. It's like, I want you to tell me what you want to play here. And I think we were like, okay, whatever, we'll decide later. And Toon was like, just give me Blastoise, whatever. Blastoise is like a decent counter to Zacian and Blaziken, Sim idea CC. We know that they can't go Blissey, who would also counter Blast. So Blast is a solid pick here. And then we're like, bruv, what do you want to play? We could flex Bruv onto Blastoise, Adesu onto Suicune. I play a support. But to make this decision in 10 seconds is next to impossible. But I was like, Lapras seemed fine last game. I'll just play Lapras again. I think instead of Umbreon, this was Snorlax, which is why we didn't go Snorlax. These were the bans, probably like a different order. But I'm pretty sure there was a Snorlax ban. This is why he ended up on Lapras. Could he have been Crustle? It doesn't look like particularly great into their comp. It's okay. But we were having good success with Lapras. Lapras, Suicune also, even if they're not laning together, are just both really strong. So their last picks, what did they end up picking? I think, yeah, they went Intel, Russell. They might have picked Russell here. I might be getting the draft order wrong if I'm not lying, but it's fine. I know that our last pick, again, we got stuck. It's like, okay, am I playing Suicune or is Adesu playing Suicune? Right? The problem is, right, is if Adesu plays Suicune this game, it's hard countered by Crustle Intel, right? Suicune, you know, I don't care about the Crustle matchup personally as a support player. If their Crustle wants to spend their tank's resources locking down me who's under-leveled, I'll play the game, right? But if Adesu wants to Suicune here, then I need to play a support that can provide sustain into their poke and also decent laning, because we don't want to lose the lane to Zacian Ho-Oh, who's like a really strong laner, right? And we also lock ourselves into Crustle being even stronger into us. And our Rapidash, like, you know, Adesu's Mon pool was like Rapidash, Zacian, Intel, Suicune, Mewtwo Y. So it was like, which direction do we go? We didn't have a lot of time. We locked in Mewtwo Y. It's, you know, still a solid pick. Again, later in the tournament, I think we really felt that was more of an S tier Mon than an A tier Mon. So draft ended up fine. Obviously, this game went even better than last game. I remember there was a moment where Galu did this 10 times during the tournament. But he'd be like, oh my God, I'm dead. And then randomly he'd be like, okay, never mind, I'm not dead. And he did a really sick play where he jump kicked the Inteleon water gun, dodged the water gun, lived at 1 HP, killed the Intel. And at that point, I was like, I think the game's over, right? Our jungler just killed their bot laner on the map. We're gonna get 6 stacked on Dodrio. They're gonna have 0 stacks on their Blaziken this game. Because I'm never, like, one thing that I do really well when I play Suicune is I make it my goal to make sure their top laner doesn't get any stacks. Like, I did it against V1, we did it against LG, right? If I'm playing Suicune, their top laners, I'm just gonna sit on the pad. I don't care. They can go farm the entire map. I'm gonna make sure their attack weight is gonna have 0 value. And obviously you can see the Blaze had no stacks because their entire team didn't score, right? So this was a solid game. I felt, you know, game 1 was a little shakier. Game 2 draft was a little shaky, but after this, I was like, okay, we're set. Also, pretty much 2-0ing this set made it so that we were locked in for day 2, short of us getting 2-0'd by Paper X and V1 2-0ing Paper X as well. So we're like, unless something really crazy happens, we're pretty much day 2. So then we shift to, and we're gonna have these games, we're gonna have the VOD of these games, so we can actually switch to that. Then we switch to our second match of day 1, which was on stream, which is Paper X versus us, and we can actually watch the live draft.
We had 3 of the members from Nouns, Bruv, Adesu, Gatlu, that core going up against 2 members from Paper Rex who were on a different team back then, Yang and Reeboks. And
oh, is she gonna mention that I actually year 2 played against MYS in groups as well, which was most of the stream?
Despite each of these teams making every single world championship,
it wasn't on stream, so maybe not.
Okay.
So, you know, a little bit of
it was a
history
rematch
left
for
to
me
see whether
specifically as well, but it's fine.
Yang and Reeboks now on Paper Rex representing.
Okay, so let's talk about this draft, okay? I look locked in. That's a funny photo, actually. I don't know why I'm so serious in my photo. Okay, so again, I think they... Okay, also, actually, an update. I just remembered something. We actually didn't get first pick into V1. It was rock, paper, scissors. I played rock, paper, scissors, I think, against Waylord and lost. And they selected first pick, but we were happy because we wanted second pick anyways. And then we played rock, paper, scissors against Paper Rex for first pick. And we won, and we selected second pick. So we pretty much wanted second pick whenever we could get it. Yeah, I got a mugshot for whatever reason. I don't know. I was angry, you know? I had to be angry. Okay, so bans. Let's talk about bans. I can only really comment on my perspective. I can give you a guess as to what they were thinking. But we had some reads based on some of their scrim games that they weren't really big Latios players. We considered banning it as our second ban. We wanted to ban Ho-Oh because if you guys remember, Paper X, aka MYS, they're a team that loves playing. They're if you remember, they had a comp that they played last year, I think at Worlds maybe, or at like one of their regionals, where they played 5 defenders. They just love playing like a really tanky defender with Hoopa and keeping, doing that really, sustained kind of comp. And we're like, you know what? Ho's are obviously broken character. If they first pick Latios, they won't be able to do that as well anyways. We're happy to give them the Latios. The reason we wanted second pick, I think I mentioned this earlier, but we just, against teams that we don't know really well, like we don't have like, days and hours and weeks of experience playing into, having last pick meant that, we could comfortably flex around our picks and have something, at least make sure our last pick isn't hard countered. I think we were all comfortable playing into the OP meta stuff. And there was also like some draft lines that me and Toon had planned that made it so that second pick would give us a really strong 1-2. But anyways, their first pick, they banned Blissey. Immediately now in my mind, if you ban Blissey from first pick, it makes it so that your Latios pick is significantly weaker. Why? A lot of teams had trouble playing Lati in this tournament because I think they didn't realize that you have to protect the Latios like a baby. You have to baby this character, right? Blissey's the best character to baby it. No one really played Lati Comfy. I think maybe Lati Comfy could work, but you might still just die if the other team has good Comfy counters. The other really good pocket for it is actually Alcremie, but a lot of teams weren't playing Alcremie. So we were like, okay, they banned Blissey. We can just let them have Lati. We wanted to ban the Ho into them. Anyways, they banned Zard. I think Zard was like one of our highest win rate mons in scrims. And it's obviously just a broken character. A lot of teams were scared of Zard. We banned the Umbreon, similar idea. We didn't want to give them too many tanky characters. Umbreon in the support role is actually pretty good at keeping Lati alive as well. You have another front line to get vision for the Lati, and then you can also wish it if it gets dove, if you need it. So this draft, I'm happy with this draft setup already. We want to just take some, basic stuff. Also, right, another thing, this is like secret I had kept the entire time leading up to the tournament, but I felt so confident picking Suicune into Lati. This character, Lati, its mobility is fake. You might think it has like, oh, it has a dash. It can just dash out of stuff, right? But it has to pre-dash to be able to do any damage, right? So imagine how the team fights go. There's a Lati, right? Somewhere on left side. There's a Suicune. Okay. Right? The Lati has to dash in and then auto attack, right? Let's say he dashes out of vision. If I see him auto attack my tank or anyone in vision, right? If he auto attacks my tank, bro, I can just eject on the Lati. He's dead. What is he gonna do? If I eject ult out of vision, he's one shot dead. They don't have a Blissey to Blissey ult it. What support is gonna save you from getting full Suicune CC comboed with the rest of the team jumping on you, right? I don't even have to ult necessarily. I could literally, half the games what I would do into the Latis is I would just sit there, wait. I would let my tank go in, have a whirlpool in the bush. Lati jumps in, throw whirlpool, ice beam him. Snorlax jumps on his head, he's dead. Like, this Lati Pokemon was so fake because no one wanted to play full heal, right? How can you play full heal on a squishy range character, right? And then they banned the Blissey away. So at this point in the draft, I'm like, bing chillin'. Like, I don't care how the draft goes from here. We're so fine. We can still pick Zacian, give me the Suicune. We can pick Rapidash, give me the Suicune. I think here we see like Blastoise, Hoopa. Zacian is probably not as strong into this top lane. And Rapidash can help hunt the Lati. Galu's really confident on Dodrio. We can just double speedster it, have Toon last pick, something he's comfortable on. Alternatively, We had some practice with Toon playing Rapidash, and we had the option here to flex Toon onto the Rapidash, and this is where draft gets really complicated, okay? But Toon could play the Rapidash, I could play the Suicune, and we could pick an Adesumon here, or Adesu could Suicune, Toon could Rapidash, and we pick a support, or we could just pick Toon's character here, right? There's so many different options. And this is why last pick is good, but it's scary. We didn't practice with me on the Rapidash. We already had 2 Rapidash players, and I don't know. We didn't need me to be on it. So in this case, right, we see they pick a lot of tanky characters. They have one range guy that's scary. There's so many different things we could do. I think maybe we ended up doing Zacian and then Toon on Rapidash. I think we could do that. We could do Mewtwo Y. I actually don't even remember. But you can see Toon doesn't even know. Like, we're all talking about it. Like, what do we do? I think we probably ended up on the Mewtwo Y. Yeah. So Adesu was Giga practiced on the Rapidash. She was probably the one that was going to play it. But both Adesu and Toon both played Rapidash and Mewtwo Y. So either one of them could pick it here. And I think Toon was like, I want to play the horse. So we gave Toon the horse. And Adesu played the Rapidash. And I also didn't know, but their guy was playing the wrong Scarf. There's no way that the blue Scarf is better than the red Scarf on Boss Place. I remember seeing this afterwards. But cool. The idea is that, you know, we can get the Rapidash big early on because, you know, he gets to lane with Suicune. Rapidash can go on the map, start getting picks, can hunt down the Lottie. Their entire comp pretty much falls apart without Lottie, right? Like, Mimikyu, like, everything here is to kind of frontline or make space for the Lottie. So, yeah, anything that hunts the Lottie is good this game. So we're in the bot lane. In this bot lane, you pretty much, the Mewtwo just wants to hit them, build gauge. Mewtwo can also Confusion to continuously build gauge, X attack. Alternatively, they can both try to secure at the same time. Adesu kind of just walks up into the bush. This is bad, right? Like, our tank got the pull on the Indeedee. They can't do anything. He just raw walk. Not this ball. Okay, Bruv's here. I was gonna say, like, I don't know what my ball lane is doing. I didn't watch this. But we just burned our barrier for free damage. Oh god, are we... My ball lane. My ball lane.
Pulling it out early. That is a really early KO on that Mew.
Okay, so let me explain to you guys what's going on, right? Bot lane is... Pokemon Unite laning is way more complicated than you would think, right? Like, if you haven't played competitive, it's also a lot easier if you just kind of think about what's going on, right? But our tank is faster to the lane. Snorlax is OP. It's going to get to the lane faster. They also cleared the doubles, so it makes them slower to the lane, right? And we get the pull on the Indeedee. We get the aggro here, which means that if they want to hit it, they have to walk out of this bush, right? Adesu, he wants to build gauge in this moment, but there's 2 options. We could just pull it and just sit there, right? Let them come out of the bush and then hit them when they do. Or we could just A press or B press this thing as it comes up here. And like, what is their last hit? It's like a range Swift and like some ice versus Tackle Confusion. And you can get it into this bush even. So they won't even have vision of it. And if they even walk up to hit it, this entire time Adesu can be X attack auto attacking them. Yeah, well, this is just int. I didn't know this happened, to be honest. I didn't watch back the game this closely. Oh, Brev wanted to get the last hit, he didn't. Ball lane's kind of griefed. Top side, what did we do? I think I helped Galu on the red. to get Gatlu out of the lane faster. Also, there's a concern that Hoopa could invade. I think Toon also inted. Let me see. Yeah, Toon was on their side getting stacks by himself because I was on the red. I remember Toon being like, oops, I inted. We're inting, guys. And then I think I didn't get the last hit on their side, but I stole this, which was good. I should pull this away. Okay, I did. I think I don't get this last hit. Like, how do I not get that? I should have pulled this into the bush. This is my bad. I shouldn't let them get the pull. I should get this closer here, and then I could even push it away. But this is a misplay by me. Odessa's allowed to int, but Toon is not. The thing is the way the top lane int happens is way different, right? Toon inted on their side, which means that we didn't lose any contested farm other than maybe you could argue this 921, but I meant to get this 921 1v2 with how they played it. He got a stack, and now he can continue to play our side. The death that Adesu has in the bottom lane means that they lose a very strong piece of farm. He doesn't get Mega Gauge, and we lose farm on our side, and we give tempo to a lane that has a Giga scaling character, right? It's like the repercussions of the deaths are very different. Sometimes dying is okay, as long as, you know, you can realize value from it. But it looks like they recovered-ish in the bot lane. So Gallo's looking to gank top. Sadly, the camera's looking bottom. They're gonna go in on Bruv. Bruv might be dead. Now Bruv is just inting. Right? Our jungler's top. I had aggressive vision. Like, look at what I'm doing here, right? I walk into this bush to try to get vision of their jungler. Maybe I could have done it even sooner. We don't know where their jungler is. And we're also really low in the bot lane without berries. I guess we can rest, which is fine. But yeah, once we see this Mimikyu, it's pretty much we can't play this bot lane. So they saw the Mimikyu and still died. But he's also not playing eject, right? He's X-speed this game. But had bot lane gone better, Odessa would be 5 and they could maybe play this. Still, anything to stop is 5. We're cooked. Yeah, it's like, it's bad. It's just what happened in the bot lane is just not good, period. But it's okay because the Mimi ganked bot and they pushed our pad. Galu did a really good job to invade his jungle. And I'm standing here. The reason I'm standing here is because I want to make sure I have vision of their top lane to make sure my jungler is protected on his invade while also contesting their farm. They did a good job pulling this far away. Maybe I could have stayed there a little longer, but I just wanted to keep vision of them so Gatlu could play the game. And then we decided that we wanted to try to go for a gank here. Push him away from the portal, but he has eject. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Zoink's actually saying literally what I did. Zoink's a smart guy.
Invasion mission would not be disrupted whatsoever by Paper X rotating. So good call from them.
This Mimi's 7 and we are small. Not good. Big eject from Ender. That's fine. Oh, got Shadow Sneak. Guys, game 1's not looking great. To be honest, like, it looks bad, but I don't even think it's that bad. Like, I think our comp is just so much better than theirs that all of this is fine. Galu got a good 30 in the bot side. He's 7 now. And now our comp can kind of play the game, right? At least once Boone gets 7, our comp can kind of just run them over. We're trying to get some more stacks. Poppies are going to spawn soon. They also just left their Lottie here 1v4. This is kind of weird. Everyone except Galu's into this game. I didn't int. Dying doesn't count as inting.
That Dodrio is having a pretty tough time going up against the Ice Fang. The Blast
Anyways, because we invaded their red, and also scored on the bot lane, Galu's actually already level 9.
Nice anti-dive option.
I think in this moment, we decide to play bot. A reason why we want to play in a lane. I think in hindsight, maybe playing bot's a little scary, but we do have the ult advantage. But we need to break a pad, right? And especially breaking bottom pad is really important. 2 reasons. Latios needs the protection of its pad to play the game. And then 2, they have the Hoopa portals to be able to have maneuverability on the map. So we need to break a pad. But we've all hit our level spikes. Pretty much, like, we have 7 on Rapidash, we have 9 on Dodrio. Me and Bruv aren't 7 yet, but once we get 7, we'll also be looking good.
This is a brilliant
So we pulled the rock a little bit far.
hyperspace hold.
Bruv goes to slam the Lottie. It's fine, right? The Lottie ejects it.
Team down into that bottom half.
We have some space to get... Is this the one that Bruv seals with an auto attack? Galu ult. It was. Demon. Look at this auto attack steal from Bruv. Mac. You see that? It's a raw auto. There it is. That's it right there. Watch out! Thought in slow motion, yeah. I mean, this definitely helped us bring us back in the game. If we lose this, are we actually that cooked? I mean, the Mamo dies before the Reggie dies, right? You can tell because he dies here, right? And then I think someone portals at like 1 HP, so they wouldn't have got this heal. I don't know. Game would have been much worse if we didn't get it, but also I really think we would have been fine. Maybe they would get Mimi ult, but I was still ticking into 7. Yeah. Anyways, we break bottom pad. We got the bot objective. We're the best. Simple. So they immediately go top. Is this a good play by them? So we win bot, and they're like, our jungle's fricked. Instantly go top. I guess they can't really protect their jungle. Maybe it's a good play.
We can already see Gatlu has reached that double digits. The first
We have everyone here to protect. And because their bot pad is broken, they can't hoop a portal and immediately go to score, right? Oh, this was funny. We were like, Gatlu, hold it. Galu's, you know, keeping his speed gauge up. Oopsie. And then I think our comms were like, oh yeah, it's fine. It's bait. We'll kill them. I think they probably thought we were baiting them. I'll tell you guys the real answer. It was an oopsie poopsie doopsie. The Mamo didn't even have money. He stepped up. He doys. Mimi's in the play rough. He ejected out. Toon ulted them in the back line. He got Mimi ulted. But the Lottie is just like caught in all the damage. So Gatlu finds a good pick. This is good by Toon and Gatlu, right? Like, all this is happening. Toon just runs up. He's like, hi. He just combos the guy. The Mimikyu goes to protect him, but Gatlu's, you know, we have good comms. We're calling what's going on. Double speeds for Rapidash is very strong. And they're trying to defend. I think we're just trying to get scores in. Blastoise ult, big blast ult. But we're all so tanky, it doesn't matter. And then it's time to skadoosh. Oh my god, what a freeze. Alright. So now, they burned a lot of Unites. They burned Mimi ult and Rapidash, or Blastoise ult. We only used Rapidash ult there. Bot objective is spawning. We're up on levels. They're pretty low on levels. This game is like very comfortable stage in this game. We also happen to have a Mewtwo.
Desu not holding the XP share, but still setting up for a few different moments throughout that game. We've seen
This is like a weird part of Pokemon Unite macro. Second objective, one team has Hoopa, obviously the other team doesn't. They get to do this thing where they send the Hoopa bot, send everyone else to the other side of the map. And the Hoopa can ult, you know, they can make a play up here. If we defend the play up here, the Hoopa can ult and bring them down. They can win the bot objective. If we send everyone here, maybe they lose the objective, but they still have Hoopa to make a play afterwards, right? So this is like what makes Hoopa really strong and competitive. One part of it. They send 4 people up. I obviously can't defend. This is like, you know, this is a key part about playing on the weak side, right? A lot of people might, and you know, maybe me in the past even, would like die defending this pad, right? But it's like, I know I can't defend this pad. I have my eject up, I remember. I think maybe even I might eject later on. But it's like, I can't die holding this pad. If I die holding this pad, they can just go to the tier 2. And then it's really doomed, right? But I know I can hold the tier 2. I think we Hoopa ulted to try to, or Mewtwo ulted to try to cancel the Hoopa ult portal. But it wasn't timed. It wasn't timed well. Anyways, we scored 40 top. If we lose this bot objective, it's not a big deal. We scored 40 on the other side of the map. We have ults to be able to team fight them. We'll just kill them afterwards. And it's fine. Like, I really don't care if we lose this objective. As long as we don't give the Lottie too many stacks. And I don't think he got many stacks in this fight. Galu goes and breaks top. He's probably fully stacked. Toon's probably close to fully stacked. We have a lot of farm. And now we know that they can't... Like, them contesting this top objective will be much harder for them. Because they don't have that Hoopa ult or Lottie ult. Mamo jumps in. Freeze. We force the Mamo ult. Mamo's playing Buddy Barrier. The Mimi kind of just... Mimi kind of just dies being a part of the game. Bruv just raw slammed him. Wait. I feel like this kind of just happened by accident. I think this Mimikyu died by accident. But Galu ults the Mamo to try to one-shot him. Guess not expecting the Mamo has Buddy Barrier here. Right? And then Bruv slammed him. Maybe they comms this. Maybe they didn't. But I think he just accidentally hits his boosted on the Mimi here. Off the slam. And the Mimi's just dead. Whatever happened, it was good. I'll take it. And Galu died. I think it might have been by accident. It's my fault he died. Am I playing Buddy Barrier this game? I could have buddied him. Actually, I think he got overkilled by like 40%. He might not have lived. But yeah, I mean, we knew that this fight would go well for us. We're up on ults. We're up on way up on XP. They really shouldn't contest this objective here, to be honest. They come back to fight us. What we did here is kind of weird. But Adesu's kind of just like, he's feeling himself. We go for the red. They get the Mimi here. I ulted the Buddy Barrier Toon. I remember this. But he's still going to end up dying, I think, yeah. Okay, what we did here was bad. This was... What is this Nouns? What are these Nouns guys doing? It kind of starts here, though, right? Right? We're just pushing our lead way too much. Like, we should just go back and do the objective. Yeah, that was bad. We kind of threw our advantage just a little bit.
I remember talking to a few members of Nouns Esports, and they were pretty low on the idea of Mimikyu due to Shadow Sneak being often countered by defenders. As long as a good defender player is making sure they are in between your carry and the Mimikyu, you can absorb those Shadow Sneaks. But
yeah, I don't think Mimikyu's that strong. It's not only that reason, it's just... Oh yeah, Mimikyu had a bug on this patch. Funny Mimikyu bug. I bet you guys didn't know about this Mimi bug. It's such a stupid bug, okay? So, this is like, imagine this is your goal, right? your goal zone gives you healing and shielding, right? If the Mimikyu ults someone on their pad, they continue to get healed by their pad, and they continuously get the healing and shielding. So Mimi can literally never dive pads and kill people, because if you just stand on your pad and the Mimikyu ults you, your healing and shielding will match the Mimi ult damage, which is just not how it used to work. And it was just bugged this patch.
Oh, there we go.
Which is good for us because we weren't really playing Mimikyu. I think it literally happened in a game. I don't remember which game it happened in.
Despite being there for so long, neither of these teams have prioritized that. Instead, they are focusing on this bottom path for that next basement Reggie to spawn. But
Mamo should have died.
They are focusing there for
How does Mamo not die? Whose fault is it? Maybe it's my fault.
They are focusing on this bottom path for that next basement Reggie to spawn. But
I mean, I could have been there a little sooner. I probably should be up a little further so I can combo off of it. But even if I get the kill on him, it's probably not worth it because we lose Gatlu for it. That was bad. That was bad.
Going into this Reggie Rock fight.
Yeah, Bruv's block just a little bit outside of the Mamoswine range. They could have pulled them in, and that means they weren't there for the Suicune execute. But it will be another Whirlpool trying to stun and freeze with the
Yeah, this fight just gets really bad. We're just down a person, so we have to give them Reggie Rock for Ray.
Esport matchup. Yamu on Hoopa was a very important part of that fight years ago. Looks like Paper X is going to be.
So now we're at the Ray fight. We're down Reggie Rock, which is obviously like a big deal, right? Their Lottie probably has close to 100 stacks. Their Blast is 13. They've hit their power spikes. We have a 14 Dodrio and probably close to 14 Rapidash, both of who should be fully stacked as well. And Odessa's just hitting 13. So we have the level advantage. They have the Reggie Rock advantage. Probably slightly favors them because the Lottie's about to be 14 as well in terms of like resources gained on the map. But I still think our comp is better because, like, what do they do if we just all in this Lottie? Like, they have some buddy barriers, but is it going to matter? Mimikyu can ult one of our speedsters. The other one's just going to kill it. And there's a Mewtwo ult underneath. And there's Suicune stuff. Like, I don't think the fight's playable for them.
171 with Paper Rex in the lead.
Maybe if the Lottie just does a masterclass. So they have position on bot side. Because they have position on bot side, we can just take position up here. We also have the threat of backcapping here, right? And in solo queue, you're like, oh, backcapping area is bad. But if you look at their comp, right? If we send one to backcap and they're not protecting it, they're just going to be down in points. And now they have to choose to flip Ray with a comp that isn't that great at flipping Ray. Like, it's okay. Or they just have to deal with being back in points. Or they have to have someone covering the back cap, which is probably what they're supposed to do. They probably should just have one person sitting on the jump pad. That way they can cover both caps. And they're up in points and they just chill.
Is it going to be this triple trample from this Dodrio? The block,
but they're not playing the game that way. They're all here.
Going up there. I mean, Nouns, well, they're the ones that are on the back foot right now.
We send two people into their jungle.
To be in that spot because they would love to set up a trap. Suicune and Snorlax, so good.
They have some control on the right side. We have control on the left side. The Mamo eject engages onto our Mewtwo. Doesn't really make sense. Okay, and I didn't even realize what happened here. Rob just blocks the Lottie into Africa. He ulted him. Wait. Bro, what is this? Oh, we're stalling him. I mean, he did put him to half. But I mean, the block was just so clutch. This block is so good here. But also, how does their Lottie end up in such a bad spot? He dashes in front of our Lax, and he just gets sprinted away. Really good block. The ult is a little weird. Mimi's dead. And now, I mean, the Lottie is just in such a bad spot. Force the Mammo to ult. So now we've popped a lot of ults. We only have my ult left. Blast ult. I should have ulted here to cancel my ult, and then buddy barrier my probably Dodrio or Mewtwo to avoid some damage. But I didn't do it.
The block ended up preventing the Hydro Typhoon from knocking up a Grove there.
Yeah, pretty decent use of that unstoppable.
Anyways, I still have ult. I think I ulted here and I got the buddy off.
Yeah, pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, this still ended up being good. My ult didn't, I think my ult doesn't go off, but I get the buddy, and now I have ult to play for Ray Secure. We have to hit it because Lottie's respawning with ult. And we're behind as well. But I have ult. We have good secure. Bravo's also going to cap. If we didn't get this Ray, we probably lose, realistically. But what do they have to be able to get Ray? I should have ulted the Lottie so he wouldn't have a good shot at it. But he only just gets here to Dragon Pulse Auto it. And we have Suicune, Rapidash, Dodrio, Mewtwo on it. And they have a Lottie who's late and Portal Hoopa. And the Blastoise who's too far. So our secure was way better. But this is just game one. I'm not even phased by winning game one. In my mind right now, I'm just like, whatever. I think oh yeah, my controller was also bugging out. So I asked the admin if I could restart. So we go to restart. Rob's like, stop inting and we're fine. And then game two, we actually get rolled. Spoiler alert. Dodrio MVP. Gallo played really well. One game at a time. Okay, so we're in game two now. I think they chose first pick, so we pretty much got. We might have played like second pick practically the entire tournament. It looks like. Didn't really key that in. They banned Blissey again. We banned the Ho-Oh. Same idea. Do we switch our ban to Lottie here? I don't remember. They have Lottie in game two. Yeah, okay, we did switch our ban to Lottie.
I'm not wrong about the bands changing. I am wrong about the last league.
So this game they first picked the Suicune. Makes sense, right? They banned the Blissey. In hindsight, like maybe we should have left the Lottie open so we could have the Lottie Suicune matchup. The problem is, right, is like if you believe that Blissey counters Suicune and Suicune counters Lottie, and we just leave both Suicune Lottie up, if they first pick the Lottie and we get Suicune like we did game one, G in the draft, that's really good. But if we leave Lottie open and then they first pick Suicune, now, you know, our perspective, my perspective is that Suicune counters Lottie and Blissey counters Suicune. We've just given them a Thanos Suicune game into a bad Lottie game, right? So game one, our draft kind of worked out. You know, they probably just weren't prepared for it. But game two, if we had left the Lottie open and they realized that, that probably would be bad. I don't know how we would approach this draft if I were to change it up. Because we don't want them to play Ho-Oh. We also don't want to ban Suicune and then just give them a Lottie game. But considering how well game one went, I think in hindsight, if I had the benefit of hindsight, maybe we just ban Suicune, let them first pick Lottie, and we just play into the Lottie with Dodrio Rapidash with Blissey banned. But to make that call on the spot, like no one's gonna do that. And the Lottie was annoying, even though they're not like a great Lottie team. The Lottie still was putting in work. So I didn't disagree with banning it. But this is what they like to play, like really tanky stuff, which is why we had banned the Umbreon to begin with. Maybe we were meant to Umbreon Lax here on the 1-2, but I don't know. I think I was happy to play Alcremie. Sucks that this game went so poorly because I wish it went better.
supporters that we've had enter the fray.
Yeah, and only at a 7%
I think the
pick rate, so not
I think
getting
maybe
a
the
lot of
Rapidash pick isn't great. Maybe we were meant to pick Zacian higher or something.
HyperX going to grab
I don't know. The problem with drafting into them is that Blastoise is just such a strong Pokemon, and the only person that was playing Blastoise on our team was Toon, and we were second pick, and the best Pokemon we could last pick for would probably be Toon. So if we were prepared, like if we could go back and prepare better, I think a Desu playing Blastoise would probably make the draft a lot easier, because then Toon could still pick guard here, and instead of Rapidash, we'd have a Blast, and they wouldn't have the Blast. Or if Galu had played it.
Thank you, Toon Slim. Thank
But
you so much. I absolutely
yeah, this game ends up going pretty poorly.
your purple team, Nouns Esports, your orange team. Nouns Esports, of course, with that one game advantage. PaperX.
So bot lane, we immediately go to score.
Back in with a Zacian, and of course
Does get the score.
Going to the top side.
It's a little scary because the Mewtwo is just gonna take his head off.
Is so good.
Oh, what's happening in the ball lane?
Is so
It's the tackle nerf. It's the tackle nerf. If tackle didn't get nerfed, we have that.
Top side.
I've got to say,
Yeah, Adesu did burn his confusion to run a little faster into a guy who has this point and click stun. And then, yeah, Bruv doesn't realize he doesn't have it. It's just so sad.
good. The way that you end up getting that.
To be honest, if this ball lane had gone better, maybe this game goes better.
You end up hitting that move is so beneficial in terms
Okay,
of
Bruv gets to
your
steal.
opponents, but PaperX are aware of this. They played really aggressively towards Nouns Esports side.
Stern talking to? Okay. I agree, though.
Wild Pokemon.
Yeah. They are
Using confusion for speed doesn't make sense. Wait, did we just confusion the air?
Wild Pokemon.
Yeah. They are playing the Umbreon.
Adesu.
One that has kind of fallen off in popularity, at least a lot in the West. However, in the East, this Pokemon is still
Guys, I didn't watch the games closely. I also didn't watch this set because I didn't want to watch this set. I have reasons why I didn't want to watch this set. We played Dodrio Milcery top into two of the strongest laners, so it's not great. But honestly, like, I'm almost 4. Like, things aren't even that bad.
But you really want both of your moves on that Pokemon. As now, Ender still sitting at that level.
Then Toon died bot. I don't know what happened, but Toon did. This game does not go well. And we lost all the bees top. Oh no, yeah, we did lose all the bees. And then we send Galu to go score. I'm like trying to help Toon in the jungle. We don't get it because I'm a little milk boy. I'm shooting my milk at the cat. It's like, I need level 4. I need level 4. Oh, and then he lives on 1. We're just so underleveled because of how bad this game has gone. Somehow, does Galu go to score afterwards? Oh. That's not good. I didn't realize how this transpired. Oh, I'm dead too. Yeah, this game is just so bad. I think our draft is fine. It's just we played like a scaling comp, right? Gardevoir's late game. Milcery's obviously way stronger in the late game. And then we have double speedster, but our double speedster had a bad early game. And then our scaling character is going to have an impossible game. And we also died in the bot lane. Our jungler died on the bot lane. But, you know, some games you have a tough time. I'm throwing some creams at Bruv. I cream to myself, let him take a fruit. Did I steal that? I should have stole this. I did steal it. Nice. We have 6 money. Sweet cent. 11.
I love it. Also, small shout out. Happy birthday to our Snorlax player.
Hey, it was Bruv's birthday in this game.
HD's birthday. So, happy birthday. What a present to be making it into day 2 of the World Championships
So
already.
what Bruv's doing here is really smart. He's trying to pull the objective away so that, because we know we can't get it, so we want to try to leash the objective. It's just Registeel is way harder to leash because the moment you attack him, he wants to scream at you. Right? Annoying ass guy. Maybe he could have hugged it a little closer, but he would just die. So yeah, never mind. We have to trade objectives, which sucks for our comp because same idea as last game. Like Lottie really wants his bot pad for protection. Gardevoir really wants his bot pad for protection. Bruv gets blocked. I'm throwing creams for him. And we do end up holding it. I creamed my tank and we held our ball pad. This ball pad hold is so scary, but we did it. We held 5v2. This might be like one of the few 2-character combinations that can actually hold this pad, to be honest. A level 7 Lax with an Alcremie. Right? Because it's just so tanky on the pad with block. This honestly, like this stage of the game, we're kind of back. Guys, there's 2 flies in my room now. 1 second.
Yeah, it was actually a really good call there to go and take that Regieleki, get in and take that lead now at 100.
I think I got rid of it.
92 points and Gatlu,
Oh, whatever.
continue to get in some dunks in this
Okay, where are we?
at 125 to 92 points and Gatlu even can take that lead.
How does Gatlu end up in this situation? So he scores top, takes a bunch of damage, goes back into their jungle. I think he's just inting for stacks. He probably should have just gone for the stack at this point. Oh. Go for the stack if you're gonna die for it. Fine. I think what he's doing is like not bad. He's just inting to try to get stacks. I remember this point in the bot lane. We're like trying to coordinate our Rapidash and Gardevoir to CC and then stun something. But Adesu can't find the angle to get something CC'd, and Toon's getting really frustrated with Adesu. And because Toon's getting frustrated, Adesu's getting nervous. And it's just like, this is just bad. It's like, nothing's going on. We're not able to make any gameplay. We can look at Toon's face. I think he even like looks to Adesu.
They had 3 Pokemon chasing them down, so maybe Nouns Esports could have had a 4-on-2.
Maybe not, but yeah.
But again,
Toon was definitely getting stressed. 2 slurs minimum. Our team doesn't slur. Maybe, you know, like a frick, like a fork. But that's pretty much it. Looking back at it, I think we definitely felt we were in a worse spot than we actually were. But we should have been in a better spot. Right? Because like anything that gets smart striked by our Rapidash is just going to lose half their HP to guard, right? What we weren't doing a good job of was getting the Umbreon passive out to be able to stun him. But I think Adesu just has to get the Umbreon passive out, wait, and then go back and get the Umbreon passive.
I do think it is a good matchup in Dodrio. It can be hard to hunt down some of those.
But also, like, you don't want to play like, you know, you don't want to play this way. You know, as a Rapidash, you want to play like from here, right? And I think like this is just like a bad setup for us, right? Like I want my Rapidash to take this angle, stand here, my tank moves down, right? And they have to leave the bush eventually. And if they don't, we get the objective. If they do, right, we pincer them and then our guard can hit them. But Adesu taking this angle to play like head on as a flanking character makes this fight way harder for us. Like he's not accomplishing anything by sitting here in this bush. He needs to go around. But there's also a bunny up in the lane he can just stack his dazzling gleam off of. I think eventually I'm just like, I'm checking the bush. I found them. But also reveal Rapidash in this moment. He can't be standing in this bush.
Of course, a big old party as they're setting up all those dollops early for Bruv to keep picking up.
No, when there is a birthday, there's got to be
objective's getting low.
Definitely bringing that, but first they need to prioritize this Reggie Rock. Bruv able to
I think we should just flip this. Just flip the objective. Maybe we get it, maybe we don't. Like, I think here, I mean, Toon's scared because there's the horde is running for him. But I also have Alcremie ult. I think he just needs to stand here and flip the objective with his ult. The scary part is if we don't get it, we're going to lose our bot pad, which is really bad. But with how the game is going, I think it's not great anyways. This just sucks into Umbreon. I should ult sooner. But it's just we're in such an awkward spot. But my buddy barrier, which does keep Toon alive for a little bit, right, gets shrunk by the Umbreon, and Toon doesn't get to the fruit in time. And our comp kinda, like their comp last game, our comp is very centered around the Rapidash being able, or the Gardevoir being able to put in work. And then Galu just barely doesn't get this kill. Oh, he got crit. He got crit. It doesn't count. So now it's up to this poor Alcremie to try to stop these scores. Bruv has returned. Oh, people were saying, like, I remember someone in the chat mentioned this yesterday, and someone at the event mentioned yesterday that my lock-on wheel defense was really good. But I was not playing lock-on wheel. I just walked in and out of range to put them at max range. That was good defense.
But Nouns Esports holding on to their lead.
Really, at this point, it could be anybody's game.
The game is still in reach for us, even though it's kind of looking bad. Again, like, Adesu's not playing any angles here. Right? He goes on the guy who's already thing. Like right now, yeah, I remember. I think Toon got really frustrated at this point. Even I was starting to get a little frustrated. Like, the Suicune is just, he's asking to die. Like, if Adesu just smart strikes to Suicune, it's just so easy. But Adesu goes on this target, and now the Suicune's out of range, and now we can't play the game. But you know, moments are made. You know, you don't get a lot of windows in competitive games, and we had a long window to just this Suicune just asking to die. To be honest, even I could have just screamed Suicune, Suicune, Suicune. Oh look, you can actually see Adesu's Toon's getting tilted. I think if you try to lip read, he probably says Adesu. What the Adesu? Why? Blah 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 blah.
Looks like they're looking to take this because they're not retreating just yet.
Yeah, okay, we see Adesu tries to get the smart structure on.
It's funny now. It wasn't funny then, but it's funny now. He's definitely upset. Can't understand all the British, yeah.
Suicune will knock out Gardevoir. Toonslim being out of this team fight is a scary outlook for Nouns Esports. And
this is probably where the game got really bad.
Yeah, after a forever enough, he is still up in this top half. Much wild hope.
So we're kind of just eating shit. We get the top objective, but we're gonna lose bot for it. They're gonna get Regirock. Again, they get another Regirock. So they get Regirock, we get point lead. But our levels are just horrendous, right? We're level 12, level 12, level 11 on our carries. They have triple 13s. One of our carries is the same level as their supports, and they have Regirock. Regirock's probably the worst one they could get, at least because we do have defense shred, but it's still not good. At least Galu's close to 13, and Toon's probably close to 13 as well. Again, we just engage on the target that has Unstoppable.
position as Paper Rex are looking to take a fight.
And our Rapidash is insta-dead. I remember this fight thinking I should have just held my Sweet Scent to steal.
Oh, we do have that block.
I think they're just hitting Ray, right?
Sustain, brothers. Mewtwo is also going to use their Unite. Oh, we do have that block.
So where do I use my Sweet Scent? I use it here to help damage the Umbreon. But I knew it was dying. I made the decision at this point that I'll get a second Sweet Scent to look for the steal. But they did so much damage to it. Like, I mean, am I actually going to be able to get this? It's impossible. I mean, it actually, the way it falls, like maybe if I held Sweet Scent, I might have been able to get a steal. But this game was just so poor. Like, it was just so poorly executed. Our draft wasn't great, but it was definitely playable, and we played it pretty poorly. But it's fine, you know, stuff happens. You gotta bounce back. We go to game number 3. The admins ever say anything about cursing? Yes, they do. I think I could say it. After NAIC, we got like an unofficial warning. I won't say who got the warning on our team, but someone got warned. And then, from what I've heard, LG's gotten several warnings about the cursing on stage. And I imagine most teams have. Kika Dick got big warning. Yeah, I think a lot of teams have. This game was just mostly bad play. Draft was whatever. This might be our only first pick game of the tournament. I think we made up our line during the middle of the tournament. As this flies, really pissing me off. So I don't remember our reasoning for the bans. I think it was we ban Suicune. If they leave Lottie open, we can 1P Lottie, and it doesn't have a natural counter to it. And even if they take Blissey, we can still pick Alcremie or have some kind of pocket for it, and we'll probably be fine. And we wanted to get rid of the Umbreon because it was annoying when they played it.
Locking in that first pick position, it can get countered here by Paper Rex.
So they immediately Hoopa Lax. I think in this moment, I'm probably thinking Blissey has pretty high value. It's good at protecting the Lottie. Egg Bomb, if assuming I go eggs, I can Egg Bomb the portal as well. So it felt like it would be a decent game. And I could also just go Safeguard as well. Yeah, makes sense. We go Zacian, Adesu's comfort pick. We kind of lock in our roles because both Adesu and Toon play Lottie, but no one else, only Adesu plays Zacian, so we lock in our roles from this perspective. Maybe picking Blaziken. I think maybe we even talked about this. Maybe taking the Blaze here made more sense because Suicune is already banned. They can't go a supporter. So us going Blissey, not the least bestest. Thanks for the tier 1 6 months in advance. But yeah, if you think about it, we have no rush to pick our support. We want Blissey, but they can't take the Blissey away from us. And Blaziken would just be a strong character for us. We would show our entire damage core, but I think it would be fine. Also, like, we could still pick Alcremization, which I felt really confident in the lane of. But I knew I wanted to be Blissey into Hoopa with Lottie, and I think maybe Galu wasn't ready to pick what he wanted to play, so I just took a character for him, and this gives him the chance to pick a little later. And then the Talonflame pick is good. It's funny. I remember Galu afterwards saying why he wanted to pick Talon, and it like pissed me off in a funny way. But Galu was like, yeah, I wanted to play Talonflame because Fly Plus can cancel Hoopa portals. And I'm like, that's why you wanted to play Talonflame? For one interaction, maybe the entire game? That can't be your reasoning. The reason I like Talonflame here is that we have really strong late game. We have good objective control. We just need some mid game and early game pressure to get us out to the late game, to let us scale to that point in the game. And, you know, Talonflame's a fine speedster. If you didn't want to play Leafeon because they have a really bulky team comp, that's fine. We weren't really practiced on Scyther, which is fine. We didn't need to play it. So I think something like Talon, Absol, Leaf could have ran back to Dodrio. I think it also would have been fine. But Dodrio comes online a little later. So I was like, Talonflame, whatever. Afterwards, Gallo was like, yeah, I picked Talon so I could take them out of the portal. And I was like, oh. If he does it, he's the best. But I think we did it like once in scrims or something. Does Leafeon's plus move cancel Hoopa portal? True. Doesn't. And then we just let Bruv pick whatever he wants to pick. I don't know. Like, I think any tank's fine. I think Mamo's probably the best pick. Umbreon's banned. We also weren't playing too much Umbreon tank. Doesn't look like a good Crustle game. They already have Lax. Doesn't seem like a great Lapras game. Also, we'd be Lapras Lottie, which is awkward. I think the Mamo was a good pick. I put on the stacking specs, so I decide I don't really want to play Safeguard into this comp. Safeguard could have been okay, but I wanted to be eggs. Obviously, I can cancel Portal, but their damage is kind of slow. And also, like, I remember thinking that they don't really have a good anti-heal equipper, right? They should probably play it on Hoopa. And I remembered the Blast not having it in game 1. So I just assumed he probably doesn't want to play anti-heal. I didn't know he was Blue Scarf. I thought he was Red Scarf or Spoon. I definitely didn't think he was Blue Scarf. But I remember thinking like, oh, Mewtwo can't hold anti-heal really well, neither does Blaze. Like, this is a solid game for eggs. What happened to Tree? It just got nerfed too much. And also, like, good players are much better at not getting Giga Tree comboed. Okay, we're looking at the bot lane again. So I'm going around the world to stack top, bot side. Guys, every game I've watched so far, my bot lane has lost the mid Dino. Isn't Pump Spin the only okay mon to play Blue Scarf on? Yeah, but Red Scarf is just better, right? Red Scarf makes your farming faster, your DPS faster. Also, to activate Blue Scarf, the conditions are just so annoying. Why not both? Well, you want Muscle Band, right? Muscle Band is too much damage to give up. And you want a defensive item. So you get one spot. The options that people normally go are Spoon. But I think people have moved away from Spoon just because Red Scarf is more DPS. And then the other option is anti-heal if they have like Clef or something. Will be going into lane to start the matchup, not going into the central area. The reason we're running Lottie lane, and teams typically run Lottie lane, is that you could Lottie first rotation jungle and then have him 5 and get stacks, but he's not like that great of a character at 5 anyways without stacks. And you really want something else to be strong to accelerate you. And you're going to want to stay in the lane afterwards anyways, so you make your XP too awkward if you started in the jungle. Also, its jungle clear is like pretty slow. This is good. Galu decides to one buff gank bottom. It's like something that we felt confident doing into Mewtwo, because a lot of the Mewtwo lanes like to fight. So it was just like, it was a good read that we had. And then I think my plan was to stack on their side, try to get whatever I could, die, and then clear the jungle with my team, which is what we end up doing. And I think I get 4 for the bees, which is pretty good too. So our early game, this game goes pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. Bot side, my bot lane sucks. But they have like such a strong lane top. They have Blastoise Hoopa. I'm not 4, but if Adesu gave me solo XP, maybe I'd be 4, but it's fine. Adesu goes to zone out. We get every B. I'm 4 now. And top lane's good. Bot lane, Bruv's dead. Who knows what happened.
Yang retreating back towards that goal zone for the time being.
And now this is a stage in the game where their Hoopa can invade in our jungle. So I just wanted to keep vision of him to make sure he doesn't go to annoy our Talonflame. What happens here?
Okay, yeah. If you want to go past the dog with
Unlucky.
the sword in its mouth, you be my guest.
I feel like he's not supposed to get that.
Adesu. Very, very scary on this Pokemon.
This one you should be behind, yeah. But you're behind every game.
Well, speaking of zero, it is
Goon's just getting Dragon Pulse stacks. Oh yeah, this was really good what I do here. So Blaziken can't play the game really well until he's 7. So I just walk into his jungle and I start annoying him. I'm like, I can't really offer much top. I'm not safeguard. I'm just going to stand there and maybe pound something. Adesu, play safe. I'm going to go annoy their jungler. And I go to annoy their jungler. I move the Snorlax to try to cover. I think I actually got one of his ball toys too. And because I did this, right? Our Zacian just gets to fully get mid. And they shouldn't be able to get a big cap topside because Galu can cover it. They get 15. If he had 30, Galu would have stopped it. But this is just like, it's really good macro, right? If you think about it. If the enemy team's not prepared. And that's usually how a lot of macro strategies end up going, right? But I pull them into the jungle, right? Maybe the Snorlax isn't even meant to help. Or maybe they're supposed to not let me walk into their jungle for free. I pull them here. To counter it, they walk across here. But it lets Adesu walk into mid, right? And then our jungler can stop their top laner from getting value. So I slowed down their jungler. We got all of mid, and they gained plus 15 for it instead. So this is like a really pivotal point in the game. Now, how they could stop this, right, is either they don't even let me into the jungle. The Hoopa just marks me and presses A on me, right? Which is what I was doing at this stage of the game, right? The reason I'm standing here is that I don't want the Hoopa to go into our team's jungle and be annoying, because Hoopa's kind of unkillable 1v1 in the jungle at this stage of the game. So if he was just marking me this entire time, maybe he can slow me down. I don't know if he actually can. I'm like 3 stacks Blissey with eggs. Or what he probably should have been doing is he should just be in the jungle, helping Blaziken clear the jungle faster, so that the Blaziken can be 7 for mid-Bs in time. But what he ends up doing doesn't really do much. Also, I would have just invaded if the Hoopa wasn't there. So good that he had vision, but he really should just be, I think, in the jungle helping the guy clear faster. Anyways, this stage of the game goes pretty well for us. I'm still just walking around in their jungle. They can't do anything to me. I'm just so tanky. And I think I'm just like, at this point, I just want stacks. I have 1 stack, actually. I don't have 3. But still. We should get more of these. I don't like Adesu using his Metal Claw here to damage it. Like, I want him to walk up, hit this farm a little bit, and then we can either look to trade them, or he can use Metal Claw to secure. But I guess what he was trying to do was like Metal Claw boosted to secure. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's huge. Of course, Blastoise
I have eggs.
level 7 gets a really clean secure. But I think
Egg bombed. I didn't have it on up to stop the portal. I should have saved it for the portal.
Clean secure. But
I would have got a good trade on them that way.
Of that experience. We just saw a moment there. Ender's egg a little bit late to stop that portal, but that is an interaction.
It wasn't up, okay? The problem wasn't that it was late, is the other one was too early. But yeah, I should have saved it. Oh, this was bad. This is a good play by their Blaze. Their Blaze timed the fly landing and stunned Gatlu off of the fly, which Gatlu took so much damage before he got his ult off. I don't really know what our game plan was here. Gatlu kind of just... I think he was just being way too hopeful. Like, what is he actually going to do? He's just flying 1v5 on top of their head. At best, he ults and lives, but he still ults for nothing.
Here comes the fly, ready to land down 2 members. The flame sweep to also just go push them off the map. But
I guess maybe he wasn't expecting to die off of die off the future sight damage. Maybe that's what happened. But we're fine with this trade, right? We got bot objective. They push top and push top. It's fine. We get farm.
They need to, I think, was enforced by the compositions they were running previously.
Our Lottie is getting stacked.
Stacking up this Latios in whatever fashion they can. So
Bruv is dead, but Bruv's death is like inconsequential. It's fine. Galu's getting some stacks finally. Toon gets engaged on here, which is not good. I think he gets eject engaged on. I don't have ult up to protect him. This was bad, right? So what happens here, and I didn't watch this, and I was like, maybe it's fine. But in hindsight, this is just really bad. Adesu goes to ult the guy that's already about to die to Lottie ult, which makes it so that the Lottie ult won't resolve here. And the Lottie ult goes on 90-second cooldown, but you want the Lottie ult to resolve because it gives Latios like 60% cooldown reduction, which allows him to just keep dashing and killing people. But Adesu saw a big ult and he went for it, so a little bit of anti-synergy there. And like I considered ulting Adesu here. In hindsight, because he just got a double and he has so much XP, I should have just done it. But I also think we're just over chasing. And I wanted it for our Lottie as well. Didn't get the egg bomb there either. But I think keeping my ult's fine. I think maybe he just shouldn't go for the kills. Galu's just trying to rat away, get some stacks. He has ult, but his flies back up as well. So, not bad. Toon just getting Dragon Pulse stacks. I think I remember being frustrated with something that happened soon here. So, again, the Hoopa is doing the thing. They send 3 people to the other side of the map. Hoopa is here to ult them. We can't see what's happening here, but I think we already got the bottom objective. Youngest Mungus, thanks for the prime. Okay, I remember. I wanted... Oh, we don't get to see it. I wanted Adesu to just stand on the pad and strongman them, and I would Blissey ult them. But Adesu's like trying to juke stuff, and then he gets blocked away and can't stand on the pad. And I'm just like, just get in there, bro. Get in there. And eventually I'm just like, okay, I'm ulting you now. But what I wanted to happen, if you look at the minimap, is when this happens, I wanted, instead of Adesu kiting backwards as a level 12 Zacian, I want him to just stand there and be like, I'm strong. I have Blissey. And we would just wipe them. Maybe it's like language barrier or something, or maybe Adesu's also not used to being the guy who gets to Zacian because he's normally the attacker. But I wanted him to just be on them right now, instead of like, you know, kiting backwards and then going after our pad dies. But I just still ult him. The ult doesn't really get much value. And the Blaziken does a good job charging overheat here. But Adesu has ult. We're still gonna end up getting the kill. So it ends up being all right, but it should have been a lot better. But he's big. It's just it costs us our bottom pad, which is not good, right? I keep saying it, but the attacker players, like the Lotties, the guards, whatever it is, Inteleon, they really need the safety of their bottom pad. It was so sad. So the reason why I'm standing here, right, is like I ulted, I want to get my ult back. If I cap and die, it's fine. I'm also playing stacking specs, so if I get stacks, it's good. If I had 33 money or less, my cap would go through. But like, look at this. I sneak into this bush now, right before they have vision of me. The Blaziken literally skimmed me, but he didn't walk into the bush to check. In that moment, I was like, I was a Pink Panther, you know? Ba-doom, ba-doom. He keeps walking close. I'm like, does he know? Does he know? But he didn't know. I'm just chilling. I'm like tracking them. I'm like, okay, these guys are going to clear this, walk away somewhere, probably to like get vision. The Blastoise is going to go back to farm, right? And I walk at like almost a perfect time to come score too. But if I had 33, it would go in. It's just the break point for the scores is like 34 and then like 45 or something. But this cap going in would be so clutch. And then here, I think I realized that I just need to die. You just see, I just end up standing still. The death is fine. I'll be back up in time. I don't give them a lot of XP. It's just so close. Like, so close. It would have been so nice if that cap goes through. But we get some good damage on their tank. Gallo's looking to cancel. I know he was looking to cancel it. But in this moment, we got enough space to just finish the objective. We get Regice, which is really good for us. It's really, really good for us here. They don't even go for the reset. So we're in a decent spot. We're behind in points, but we have level lead, good stacks on our laddie, and we have Regice. And their comp doesn't have a lot of burst, right? So the Regice actually makes a big difference. Like even this Focus Blast poke is so good for us. So Galu goes for the back cap, gets another stack, puts us closer into the game. Rev goes for a big engage. Station falls through, and a lot of resources go out. But we have Regice and Blissey Egg, so we're fine. Kind of fly nothing. But we still have eggs. They portal for egg in. This is where, this moment I realized, uh-oh, they're going on my Toon. I'm here for you, Toon Slim! Get the buddy. Get the Bliss Assistance. I'm pumping the eggs. Toon! Toon! Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Toon's doid. It's fine, though. We have Regice. How broken is Regice? Adesu does a really nice ult cancel here to get the shield. Right? Puts his ult at 70%. He lives. And we're still behind, but Galu scores. In this moment, I think Galu said we're in the lead, but Bruv said, I don't think we're in the lead. And I didn't know. I'm be honest, I had no idea. I should just trust Bruv. Bruv is the guy who handles our points normally. But our guy that just scored said we're in the lead. So I'm like, uh-oh. I don't know, but I just operated on the assumption that we're behind. But all right, we need to make something happen. We still have Lottie ult. Toon resolves the ult, so now he can start popping. He can start popping dingers. He kind of flew the guy out of the portal, or ulted the guy out of the portal. And then I think here, me and Toon were ready to push, but Galu and Adesu wanted to do Ray. I think either outcome, we probably win the game, right? They can't defend a level 13 Lottie, level 15 Zacian with Blissey Eggs, sieging their pad after their tank is dead, and we just need one score to win. But I also think hitting Ray with 20 seconds left, Zacian out level 15 Zacian, is also a fine call. As long as we just do the same thing together, it's fine. So our team, Galu and Adesu, really felt confident in their secure. It's kind of scary, but the guy charges a little too early. So we fly. Adesu does a good job waiting out the overheat. And then, I mean, it's just so close. But we're favored on it. Like, there's no, like, what do they have to be able to secure, right? Overheat's on cooldown. He's already switched to punch form. He has no fire punches left. Maybe he should have gone for a focus blast secure, but we had a level 15 Zacian. We were favored on it. I think in hindsight, me and Toons called the push is probably better because of how scary it was. Oh, we won. Nice. We finally won a sound stage where we didn't grieve. Go to congratulate them. They ask who wants to do the interview. That was like me. I'm like, yeah, you go to the interview, buddy. Got this. He played a good set. Bruv MVP. I think Bruv played a good game. I think Adesu probably Adesu maybe MVP that game. He got the Ray. He also got a, you know, he got a triple. Galu got to go in the car. That's right. Let's watch his interview.
It's still Nouns Esports, right? But I am here with
What's an interview?
Who did an amazing job in that last game. He's
so happy.
On to day 2, and I guess I'm in the driver's seat, ironically. Gotlu, first off, I felt like you were playing like an absolute demon out there. You looked incredible, so congratulations. I gotta know, who do you want to face off against in day 2?
I want to face Onyx Rise since they beat us twice in the World Championship, and third time is the charm.
Okay, so the funny thing about Onyx Rise, right? We had a scrim against them, and because there's a new feature now on tournament lobbies where you can change your name, they all had their names changed to something else. And Gatlu, mostly Gatlu, but the 3 OG Nouns members, Gatlu, Bruv, Adesu, they have like this mental block against Onyx Rise. It's mostly Gatlu, right? Up until this tournament, it was like, Onyx Rise, we're gonna lose to Onyx Rise, we're gonna lose to Onyx Rise if we get them, because they had lost them twice already. We had a scrim against Onyx Rise. Toon and Bruv and me, we all knew it was them. Don't say to Galu who we're playing against. I think Galu assumed we were playing against like a Brazilian team or something. The scrim goes really well. I think we go like 6-0 or maybe 4-0 or something, maybe 3-1, whatever. It goes really well. At the end, Galu was like, those guys are all right, but we're looking good. And then afterwards, we tell him, no, that was Onyx Rise. And he's like, what? We beat Onyx Rise?
Tell me, what is different?
And then like
about
he had more
Nouns
confidence in himself after that.
Compared to some of the previous ones.
I think in this life,
But I think had we faced them in the WCS, we probably would have been fine.
We did a boot camp, and in this boot camp, I felt like we were bonding like a lot as a team because we were practicing and doing outside.
Our boot camp did go well.
I think it helps the mental to both.
Amazing. And I guess my final question is, you told me who you want to face. Who do you not want to face?
I actually want to face everyone.
He wants to face everyone. All right, we got to get
I
out
don't
of here.
think we
They're
were
telling
scared
me
of any team, to be honest.
I have to get out of this car. Gotlu from...
Like, I'm trying to think, was there a team that we really didn't want to play against? Like, probably not. Like, maybe Zeta, but I think we would have been fine. I don't know. I think there was like no one we were scared of, actually.
Any of us do that. It was
Like, when we saw we had LG on our side of the bracket, I wasn't worried at all.
And more of those rival.
Okay, cool. So that wrapped up day 1. Then we had day 2, where we played against Talon in our first matchup. And that was on the B stage, so there wasn't any casters covering it. But day 1 ends. In scrims, what I was saying is that you can change your name to whatever. So I had like most scrim blocks, my name was like, because you could change, there's a tournament mode where you can change your name. I had the name Fartano for most of it. I was also known as Fartlu. Fun fact, you actually can't name yourself Fartrug, but I did want to be Fartrug as well. What were some of my other names? I was Spraggles for a scrim block. I DC'd in that game, so I don't know what happened. I'm trying to think what other names I had. Fartano was probably my #1 name, though. I was Fartano for majority of my scrims. Except for when we scrimmed against OJ, Zugrug was like, you guys will not have troll names. Everyone needs to have their own name. So I had to switch to Ender or Indy for the OJ scrims. Other than that, majority I was Fartano or Fartloo. Or just random characters. Okay. So anyways, day 1 concludes, right? We make it out. We make it out 1 seed out of our group. Our record was 2-0 and 2-1, right? And we didn't have a third team to play against. The bracket ends up where our first round matchup will be Talon. Assuming we win, our next match is LG. And then LG or the team that LG was up against, which was Cutie Dig. And then our next round matchup, I don't even remember because I didn't even think about it that far. But even day 1, we didn't really prep into LG at the end of day 1 because we were like, well, we have to beat Talon first, right? You can't just assume you're going to win your round 1 and then prep for what you think is going to happen in round 2. Because we would have to prep for both LG and Cutie Dig. And then we could just lose to Talon and then this all would be wasted. So our idea was we'll prep into Talon. After we win against Talon, we'll then spend the rest of the day to prep into LG or Cutie, assuming, you know, whoever makes it through. And then we can also watch their match against, you know, LG versus Cutie Dig because we had already advanced. And actually, because this match was delayed so much on the B stage, LG versus Cutie was happening on the main stage at the same time. We started before them, or at the same time as them, but they ended way before us because we had so much delays. And this is also, you guys are going to see this game gets paused for like 20 minutes, and I'll get into some of the tea. But let's talk about our prep into Talon. We were the higher seeded team. This is because we were #1 out of groups. We did get the option to pick first or second pick. Again, we went with second pick, mostly because we don't know them that well. We want to have the benefit of being able to pick second. And also, we had a feeling with the way the bans were going to go, we would be able to get 2 really good picks on the 1-2. I was assuming we're probably going to get Suicune, but I guess they ended up banning it. They banned Zard Suicune, we banned Lottie Umbreon. We're expecting them to take the town or the Ho-Oh here. But if they do, we have things like Blaziken, Dodrio, Zacian, Rapidash, Snorlax. We have so many power picks that we can go from here that we feel really confident in. I guess the Suicune ban was good for them, but I think if I remember right, these guys were pretty big Zacian players. So it made sense to take the Zacian early for us. And I think we also remember, if I remember right in our prep, that these guys didn't play a lot of the natural Rapidash counters. Big reason why we banned Umbreon, right? Umbreon is a Rapidash counter. It's really hard to engage on Umbreon because you have perma, you know, you have your passive. So the first Smart Strike is always just going to get dinged. If it goes Mean Look Wish, it can Mean Look the Rapidash to trap it and wish the target the Rapidash goes on. If it goes Foul Play Snarl, it's impossible to engage on because it has another source of Unstoppable. And if you do try to engage on it, you're just going to get stuffed by the Foul Play and get CC chained. Also, we played a lot of different melee characters, right? We play a lot of Zacian, we play a lot of Blaziken. It's just a natural counter to those types of Pokemon. And I think Umbreon was just low-key one of the strongest Pokemon in the patch as well. So it sucked because I had a lot of practice on Umbra and I was ready to play it. Actually, in our bootcamp, became a foul play snarl player, moveset that I didn't have any practice going into our worlds prep with. But I've like learned how to play it in like a week, and I felt so good on it. I was crushing it on that mon. I felt so confident to play it, but the way our drafts worked out, we needed to just ban it, which is fine. So yeah, immediately we go Rapidash Station. It means that Toon's gonna be on Rapidash. I think we probably, looking back at this draft, I think we even talked about it. We were probably meant to go Zacian, Snorlax, and that's why I even said, yeah, we go Snorlax here. The reason is that we knew that their support player was really heavy on Hoopa. Snorlax is a decent Hoopa counter. It gives us a strong tank, and it lets us continue to counterpick our stuff later on. Why am I hovering Latios? But anyways, whatever. I was happy to play Alcremie. Alcremization's a really, 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 really strong lane. And this is a lane we had a lot of practice with. So I was happy to play it. I think we're gonna go Alcremie, but we decided to pick Bruvsmon. Bruv's gonna be on Lox. Maybe, I think we were scared maybe they might take the Dodrio away, and Gatler really wanted it. And me last picking, I was gonna be Alcremie or Blissey anyways, but I think I had the option to go either one. And I decided Alcremie. Why did I decide Alcremie? I think I just wanted Alcremie revenge. I genuinely thought Alcremie was an S tier mon. I still think it is. And Sweet Scent really strong into their team. Blissey would be nice to interrupt portals, but the Zacian Alcremie lane is so strong, and I want to show you guys why. Not a lot of people know this about Alcremie, but Helping Hand gives you 40 attack in the lane. 40 attack and a 700 shield. Okay? For reference, right? Characters in the game at level 3, right? The most attack a character has is talent limit is 200, right? But most all-rounders are going to have like around 150-ish, right? So you're giving it about 30% attack and a 700 shield for Zacian, who already has a big HP pool anyways, right? You're giving it like, what, like 25%-ish kind of like HP? Like, it's just so ridiculously broken. On top of that, right, because it's a shield, it interacts with its passive Aroma Veil, which makes it so that if they get stunned while they have Helping Hand on them, it instantly cleanses the stun and gives them unstoppable, right? And this is the part that no one really realized, or very few teams realized, at the World Championships that made Alcremie such a strong laner. Like, you know, you might think, oh, you're laning into Hoopa, Hoopa just astonishes you, and their top laner gets the last hit. No, I'm going to cleanse the Astonish, make my guy Giga Juiced, and take the last hit from them, right? It's just, the Mon was just so disgusting. Unite players like pocket players and don't read abilities. I would say 2 out of 5 players on every team that I've been on or observed from other teams don't know most of the Pokemon interactions. Like, they don't, not most, sorry. They don't know every Pokemon interaction, right? There's usually like 3 to 4 players on every team that know like all the little small stuff. And then there's like 1 to 2 players on every team that are like, I press button, good, haha, haha. And yeah, I don't know. This is why I play so much solo queue. I've been saying it for 4 years now. No one listens to me, but you learn all this stuff from just spamming the game, right? You play a bunch of solo queue, you realize all the small stuff, right? And then this is how you learn. Who is that on Nouns? Oh, right, Gatlu. Yeah. It's just OP, guys. I don't know. So anyways, right, we get into this draft. The start of the game, actually, I didn't watch this VOD back until now. But Bruv and Toon were fighting. And let's see why. So, Bruv throws... Oh, we don't get to see it. Bruv throws his damage on all the farm. And if you look at the bottom... Oh, you actually can't see on the bottom. 1 second. Toon has 0 money, and Bruv got all the money. This is this is the thing that happens in solo queue where your stacking guy doesn't get any money in the lane. And if we had the cam, you would see Toon being visibly upset, not being able to run across and stack. And then they double invade us. We predict one side of the invade, which we successfully protect. But they just double invade. And because of what happened on the bot side, that Bruv didn't give money to Toon, or Toon didn't get the money. I'm not going to say whose fault it was. Because that didn't happen, we're not able to punish the invade as well as we could. This guy decides to take the 1v1 against me here. And over time, he wins it. But in this moment, right, my mindset is that, okay, if this Hoopa takes this 1v1 with me, you know what happens? My Zacian gets to 1v1 a stupid strawberry. I'm so happy, right? Like, yeah, he's going to get me to 1 HP, but I know exactly how Hoopa works. It's fine. Like, I'm just baiting him to stay on me, and he takes the bait. And then eventually I'm just like, okay, now I'll run away. And my Zacian got to play against the strawberry. Like, is that not just OP? And then Toon gets, Toon's not having a good time. Let's just say that. But it's fine. They double invaded. Our jungler's still 5, right? Like, the start of the game could be better, but like, they double invaded and we got level 5 on our jungler. It's fine, right? I'm not level 4 because I spent my time matching the Hoopa, but my Zacian got to 1v1 against Serena, and I think Adesu didn't do as well as he could have, but it's fine. Their sword dies, and like, now the game is in such an open spot for us. We double killed them on our bot pad. Cameraman's going schizo. And then this is where it starts. And why even pause the pause? Let the pause unpause, you know? So what happens here is they request for a pause. And for reference, we're sitting on the B stage, okay? And it looks something like this. There's a table here, right? There's a table here, right? There's monitors, right? And there's us just sitting, you know? And then they have, you know, they're doing the same thing on their side. Okay. This is me. I'm over here. The guy on the other side, still paused by the way. This guy on the other side on Talon, his phone apparently disconnects, okay? These guys are like majority mobile players, right? The problem is we're on a LAN environment here, okay? So that means everyone needs to maintain a constant connection with the server. And if they don't, they will disconnect. Why? Because we're not playing on the Pokemon Unite servers that you guys play ladder on. We're playing on a server that presumably exists somewhere in the venue or somewhere close to the venue, right? This is the server, right? And we're literally, everyone's hardwired, right? Like literally everyone's hardwired out of this thing. Okay? Now, this game goes on to be paused for 20 minutes or so. And because of this same issue that happened on day 1 on Talon, right? The same team had this issue. The admins decided that all players will be playing on rental devices. you will be using a state-issued mobile device, and that's what you're gonna play on, because they couldn't afford to have delays again during the tournament. This kind of sucks because the phones that they give you are capped at 30 FPS, right? And if you're not able to log into your account, you have to play on a preset account, and you have to change all your settings, which is what happens at the start of day 2, High Five versus Zeta Division. Majority of High Five are mobile players. The game gets delayed by an hour or so because it's the first game of the day. They're like, what the frick, man? Why do we have to play on these garbage phones? Rightfully so. Anyways, admins make that decision. For whatever reason, the Talon players, they decide, because it's the B stage, right? They're not on the main stage. The admins tell them, hey, we're gonna give you the option to play on your own phone or get a rental phone. Still paused, by the way. They decide that they're gonna play on their own phones. Now, the guy, I don't know who it actually is. Apparently, his first phone was like an iPhone or something, and the iPhone was having problems. So he switched to his secondary phone, which is a random Android. I don't know which one, or maybe it's like an old iPhone, right? Problem is his backup phone, the port on it was damaged, right? And this isn't me speculating it. This is what he told the admin, and what the admin told me. Because again, I'm sitting on the edge, right? 4 minutes go by, I haven't complained yet. I'm like, figure it out, whatever. Funny enough, I kind of had a feeling this was gonna happen, so I was mentally prepared already at this point. So we're just sitting through the pause. It gets to maybe about like 10 minutes, I think, right? Every 5 minutes, your phone dims a little bit. Toon's on this edge. Toon gets up, starts walking around. He's like, I can't, right? He's like fully losing it. All the admins, like, almost like imagine the Secret Service getting worried of the president's about to get shot. All the admins swarm Toon. Sit down right now. Do not resist. Right? And then I'm like, Toon, you gotta sit, chill. And Toon, at that point, Toon's like fully out of it. He's just sitting there. There's even a picture of him on Twitter somewhere, if you really look deep. So still paused, by the way. So now I'm like, all right, my team is getting frustrated, rightfully so. The game's been paused for longer than the duration of a Unite game can even go on for. I go to the admin and I'm like, what's our solution here? I'm requesting that you guys intervene, and you need to make a ruling. Are they going to be getting a game loss? Are you putting them on a new device? You need to make, I'm not saying give them a game loss. I'm just saying, look, you need to make a ruling here. I'm formally requesting that admins do something about it. Okay? And the admin tells me, yeah, we're working on it. The admin tells me, they're like, look, it's not their fault. They're not doing it on purpose. So we're trying to come up with a solution. It's still paused, by the way. So I'm like, okay, but I want it to be on record that I'm requesting some kind of intervention go on, right? Something needs to happen. So anyways, time keeps going on. Our team's getting frustrated. The other guys also seem frustrated. I don't think there's probably no incentive for the other team to also sit in an 11-minute pause to piss us off. I don't think they came into the tournament being like, we're gonna go and ruin everyone's time. And I see a lot of people on Twitter blaming them for ruining the tournament. And then I see a lot of people on Twitter also defending them, saying that it's not their fault. And I'll give you my perspective, right? As someone that was directly involved in the situation. And this is what I told the admin, right? I think we got to like 12 or 13 minutes. The admin keeps telling me, look, it's not their fault. And I'm like, look, it actually kind of is their fault, right? I busted out one of the biggest words that I know called negligence. Oh God, do I know how to spell this? Right? And I'm like, look, it's their fault in the sense that they chose to use this phone despite knowing it had issues day one and having a resolution like the other teams have in having a rental device. Obviously, the rental device sucks, right? No one wants to play on the rental device, but you have to admit that if they already had issues on the first day, choosing to go on the same phone that has a damaged port on the next day is kind of their fault, you know? I made this analogy yesterday, but if you live in a community and you don't upkeep your lawn, right? And it's a part where people have to walk through it, and like someone walks through it and then trips over and over and over again, and that's the only path that they can go through. Like, you as a homeowner have some responsibility for not, you know, for letting your lawn just grow to like 10 feet high. So I think at this point, around 14 minutes, 15 minutes or so, the admin says, okay, we're gonna put them, they're gonna attempt to log into a device. Give us some time. For a little bit more context, and I don't want to spread hate, right? I think these guys have been at the World Championships before. They've been at ACL before. They're obviously a good team, a team that represents their region and plays really well. And I don't think they have like, I don't think they're being incredibly malicious. But I will say that at ACL this year, they had an extended pause against LG due to device issues. And in the 2024 World Championships against Nouns in their tiebreaker match, they also had a 20-minute pause due to similar types of issues. So if you're coming to every international event and you're the team that's responsible for the longest set of pauses, yeah, I think one of them was at the LG game that Talon had at ACL. It was at like a really important part during the game. Maybe it was Ray fight, and the game was paused. There was, you know, they came out of the pause and they were able to win the fight. Maybe they would have won the fight anyways. But, you know, also still paused, by the way. I feel like, you know, if it happens this many times, like at some point, man, there's got to be a resolution. Like maybe you're just the most unluckiest team, and it could be that. But year two, Otter had problems playing on Joy-Cons. It ruined a game for us. After that set, he never went back to play on Joy-Cons. Shingdi this year, he was forced to play on a rental device. He said, screw it, I'm playing on the Switch too, right? You have to have some kind of personal accountability. And it sucks to say that, but that's what it was. So anyways, game was still paused, still paused, still paused. We get to the 18-minute mark. Admin walks over to me. They're like, I'm ready to give you my official ruling. The official ruling was the Talon player in question disconnected on their personal device. They were provided a rental device. According to the rules, the admins will give you a certain amount of time to log into your account on the rental device. If you fail to log into your account on the rental device, under admin discretion, they're able to, you know, take it into their own hands and potentially serve a game loss or some other punishment. The guy was unable to log into his own account on the rental device I was given, right? You even get a warning before the tournament starts that, look, you need to be able to remember your username and password to log in fast enough. If something does happen, if your Switch dies, if your phone dies, whatever it is, they were unable to log into their device, they were given a game loss. It sucks. I don't want to have to win this way, obviously, right? I felt like we were the better team and we would have won anyways. Still pause, by the way. But that's not how it worked out. We were given a free win. And yeah. Wouldn't have been a problem if they provided real rental phones, tournament organizers for the tourney. I agree. I think a lot of the blame has to go to the admins for not having adequate rental devices for people to play on. Giving, you know, esports players a phone capped at 30 FPS that you can't go to 60 on is not a solution. Again, I'm not gonna say which admins, I'm not gonna name any names, but I approached one of the admins and I was like, you guys are giving them rental devices, they're capped at 30 FPS. The admin responded to me saying, I didn't know that. And it's like, bro, how can you not know, man? Come on. How can the admins not know that the phones, I mean, maybe there's like miscommunication, maybe they get different devices for every tournament. I don't know what it is. At some point, there was some level of like miscommunication along the chain. And I do think the players suffered because of it. So anyways, we win game 1. I got an Alcremie win. And then we go into game 2. So we roll into game 2. They ask to be first pick because the team that loses gets to pick side. Again, we're happy with being second pick. We get the benefit of last pick. There's so many strong Pokemon in the game that it doesn't really matter. We ban Lottie, something we just didn't want to play into. We saw them pick Serena in game 1. Serena's a Pokemon that gives us a little bit of trouble. And we're like, yeah, we'll just ban it. It's fine. Like, there's not much else that we care to ban. Maybe we could ban the Umbreon, maybe not. We adjust our picks. This is what I was mentioning after the game 1 draft. We wanted Snorlaxation because we know they're a big Hoopa team. Having Snorlax gives us disincentivizes them from going Hoopa. They do go Hoopa, we're still fine. And Snorlax is just a strong character in general. They rushed the rental phones thing. It's a good idea. Cuts down 9% take issue, but wasn't ready. Yeah, I think they'll probably have a different approach going in the future. Like, it might just be, you know, there might just be certain set of phones that are allowed. And then if you don't have one of those phones, you get a rental phone. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but I'm sure they'll have a better approach going forward. But okay, we get the Snorlaxation. They still end up going Hoopa. You know, this is the person that's on the rental device. Fun fact, if you go back to watch any of the VODs, you want to know who's on a rental device. Anyone whose items come up as leftovers potion is on a rental device, not on their account. They're on like a base account. They take the Rapidash away from us. What is this Rapidash build? Sure. Charging Charm? But it's okay. Like, we have a solid draft. They leave Umbreon open. Like I said, Umbreon's a natural counter to Rapidash. And Umbreon was probably the character I felt the strongest on after Alcremie going into this tournament. It was probably like Suicune, Alcremie, Umbreon were the 3 I wanted to play the most, because there was just something about playing Foul Play Snarl that I felt so confident on. And it's like not really my role, right? It's like Foul Play Snarl is a tank build, but I had played it in scrims and I had so much success on it that I felt so confident. So here's a funny thing that happened, right? And this was a part of our prep. We knew that these guys were big Raichu players, which is another reason why we really wanted second pick, was Sync, their jungler. He's like a 2-trick. He plays either Raichu or he plays Aegislash, which are wildly different characters, right? So the Umbreon's a natural Aegislash counter, right? You have a lot of mini stuns to prevent him from going in. You can ult Aegislash's wide guard, right? Because Aegislash relies on wide guard to live. If I ult the wide guard, even after the nerf, it's still really impactful. And it's just annoying for AG to play into Umbreon in general. It also, when it's in sword form, has a large amount of attack. So foul play actually does a lot of revenge damage because of that. But this is big reason why we wanted second pick, right? If they go Aegislash, we don't want to pick a speedster. And if they go Raichu, we might want to pick a speedster, or we might want to pick something that's just naturally better into it. Toon, like I said, as we were going to the tournament, we were realizing that Mewtwo Y was a better and better Pokemon. Toon was having some good games on it. He really wanted to play it. I think we were all confident that, hey, if you're feeling it, you go for it. Could they swap the Rapidash build? Also, the Hoopa's playing no Muscle Band. Looks like this is illegal. I'm sorry. Like, just look at our team comp. You have so many things to auto attack. There's double tank, double all-rounder, no Muscle Band. Not allowed. Like, you want to play anti-heal to counter Blaze and potentially Wish and Lax, you just play Muscle anti-heal. But cool. We're in the game. The only thing I don't like about playing Umbreon is that we're such a large Zacian team. And the way that I like to play Umbreon, I like to have the threat of going across and scoring to get my level 4 early on. And I can't go across and score when I have a Zacian in lane, because Zacian wants to take all the money to activate its passive. So it's a bit of an awkward start to the lane. But in this game, I had the read that they were going to invade, because they did it last game. Most Hoopa teams like to invade. So I did this thing that I like to do as Umbreon, where I do the first two, and then I stand in between to get vision. And also, like, assuming if he X-speeded, I would have vision of him. And if he didn't X-speed, I can just help our Blaziken nuke the red buff. And oftentimes, I try to get the red buff so that I can just chase down the guy that did invade me. And now I realize why my trade here was so good. This guy's just not playing Muscle Band. I remember hitting him and being like, I'm beating him up. I'm punching him down. Give me that. Give me that. I was like, what is going on? I've never had such a positive trade into a Hoopa in my life. I just didn't know what was going on, apparently. So what I'm doing here, something I'm doing very deliberately, is I'm running inside of the Hoopa. I'm just leaking all the minor interactions for you guys, because whatever. But Hoopa's, normally how Hoopa lives in this moment is he makes a berry. But because Hoopa makes a berry, he doesn't actually make it. He steals a berry from your side of the map. And the way this game is coded is your side berries prioritize you if two people are standing near them, and their side berries will prioritize them. So if I'm standing on the Hoopa when he makes his berry, and I'm standing on his magician location, even if we're both at equal distances apart, it'll prioritize me because it's actually my berry that he stole from me. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to get that off of him. I think he realizes that that's like something that could happen, so he ejects and then makes the berry. And unfortunately, I can't get to it. But at this moment, I've won so much time, right? I've basically covered 2 invaders as an EV by myself. My jungler got to play the game uncontested. And again, I gave my Zacian, the strongest level 1 character, a 1v1 matchup on his side. I gave my bot side a 2v1 matchup. Like, I might not have gotten any XP, but I've essentially given my team a 2 winning lanes and a jungler that's uncontested. So I'm happy. The only thing is I need to catch up on my experience now, because I can't be stuck as an Eevee the whole game, right? Like Umbreon, you know, Umbreon wants to be Umbreon. So I share some XP with the Desu. This is something that Raichu just does really well, and it'll do even better after the patch. I think Bruv probably is gonna Try to bait the E-balls. He's trying to do it. Yeah, he baits the E-balls so that the E-balls don't nuke the Bs. This is something we saw Talon do day one. They were really good at setting up the balls. And, you know, we had discussed it with Bruv. I think Bruv even went into a practice mode tool to practice baiting out the balls. So that this wouldn't happen to us on Bs. And it literally came into play, right? Which is cool to see. The only person on our team suffering in XP is me, but this is what XP share is built for. Adesu sees a kill opportunity here. I'm a little skeptical on it, but he calls it, and I'm like, I got you, bro. I'll go for it with you. What's really important here is that I get the fake tears on the buzz to make my Zation win the trade here to do more damage. And it goes, I have a loot, and we're looking big chillin' now. How do you bait out the balls? Just to proc them before the bees spawn so that they explode. So that they don't damage the bees and just one-shot the bees for them. What's the T? You missed the T. Toon and Bruv are just duking it out in mid. Curious as to what happens here. We're all really low, but we won. We got a kill top side. Toon's building his mega up. Procs is mega. It just gets a little awkward because they're so fast and they chase Bruv away from Toon. But if somehow Bruv could just keep them here, it'd be better. It's such an awkward moment here because Toon's not gonna have any money because he's playing a Pokemon that loses money from Mega Evolving. So Bruv running here would normally get us a cap, but it doesn't end up working out that way, and they're just too fast. Toon's also trying to break the E-ball. I go mean look this game. Why did I go mean look? To counter Rapidash mostly. I think I could have gone either moveset, but I wanted to help set up our team. Mean look into Rapidash is really good. Mean look into Ho-Oh is really good too. The Ho-Oh ever oversteps. You know, he can't fly, Sacred Fire fly out of the circle. So, yeah. But I really wanted to play foul play, I'm not gonna lie. I was feeling myself. But yeah, it hard counters the horse, and you know, I can put the horse in a stable. I ate so much shit this game, but you know, that's my job. I'm a shit eater. Oh. I think Toon wanted to step up to break the E-ball, but he just got instantly smart striked. And he just died. It's not his job to break the E-ball on the ground, but it's fine. They step up, we get a kill in return. Galu Blaze kicks the bees. Overheat, we get some of them. Have the horse in a mean look. And we're chilling. I'm wishing. I don't think I'm attack weight this game. I didn't think I was gonna get stacked with Zation, but also I don't need it. We get the pull on the objective. We decide that we're not gonna go for it, so we just let it full leash. Got a mean look overheat combo. He misses superpower. Galu notices that, so he goes in. Bruv also goes in. Trade our Snorlax for Buzz, but that's fine. And now we're in a spot where we can do this objective. They don't have their Buzz. We slowly work on it. We have the better secure. I'm just getting into position. I mean look their Raichu, so he has no shot at it. And he channels overheat. And he's just too late. I don't know what Galu's doing here. I think he just got confused. He just needs to start overheat like here. He needs to just be overheating so that we can all hit it and he can secure. But he like only just now switches, and then he's just too late. He also leaves it at literal 1. Maybe he was trying to prep his passive on it. Let's see. No, he also broke his passive on it. Yeah. I think he just got confused. Like, it should just be very simple 4 blaze stacks, right? Into overheat, into secure. Maybe Toon shouldn't side strike it here, but I think me and Toon both have the same idea that like his overheat's coming, his overheat's coming, his overheat's coming. But it's just I mean, it's also just a little unlucky. But yeah. We should have had this objective for sure. Right, and then not getting this objective, they get to run us down. And their stacking characters get some stacks, maybe. We miss another superpower. Good rotation from Adesu to help protect. How does Galu just get taken here? His no overheat up. And then he blaze kicks in, and then he's just destroyed. They did Rapidash ult him though. I mean, look the hole there. Yeah, what I shouldn't be kiting backwards. I should just be up on the pad, ready to look anyone that walks forward. No, I got taken. Yeah, that was bad by me. But they overstay. Zacian gets a good damage trade on them, so we go 2 for 2. Still not ideal for us, I think. The bottom objective would have been much better. Another Rapidash since. But both teams are inting. Also, you gotta understand, like, both of us just came out of a 20-minute pause. So it's like they're probably frustrated that they got a game loss. We're frustrated that we knew that this was gonna happen and then it did. But it shouldn't excuse the mistakes. But our XP is looking fine. Pretty comparable. We're 3 level 10s. They're 2 10s. The side that we have the advantage is in the top side. Because we got to do a level 1 Zacian 1v1 into Buzz, where obviously the Zacian is way favored. And the Buzz didn't get any stacks. Their Hoopa wasn't able to help them. If the Hoopa was playing Muscle Band, it would have been different, but this wasn't playing Muscle. I remember this. I think I wish the yeah, I see the Buzz ult on our Blaze. I wish him for the damage reduction, so he barely takes any damage. Gets the heal. And then it's time to press ult. Give him a buddy, get some caps. They respond with Hoop ult. I'm really happy we're all on the same page. Oh, they Hoop ulted, walk away. Right? No reason to fight into a Hoop ult where they can keep teleporting in. Now it means that they're not going to have a Hoop ult to make a play on another side of the map. The bottom objective should be much nicer for us. Somehow Bruv's on their side of the bush. I think maybe he thought they had TP'd up. That Rapidash makes a good rotation, and Bruv had gone for a score. He went for a score. They're like trying to kill the Ho-Oh, but it's a Ho-Oh. It's not a great death, but it's not the end of the world either. He'll be up for the objective. We got Regieleki. This game is so messy looking back. Galu's dies. I don't know why we didn't just stick with the Regieleki after we took it. Either we take the Regieleki or we walk backwards, but walking into mid seemed a little weird. The Hoopa dies defending it. Funny. He's also no muscle band, so he's actually never going to kill it. But anyways, they have no Hoop ult. They have no play for this bot objective. Surely we don't lose it again. We don't. We probably lost. He probably mistimed the first one because he got damage reduction by the flamethrower. Now that I think about it. But it should have just came out earlier. This is really good. Both Adesu and Galu had the same idea here. I like the Desu being, he was really confident on the Zacian. Like if he saw a ranged character overstepping, he was fine to just walk in and start hitting them. And good tune ult as well. Like just our damage players played in sync here. Oh, this, I remember this. This was so weird. So we're like calling that the Ho is gonna ult and our entire team starts camping what we assume is the Raichu here. That's about to get rezzed. But the Raichu isn't the one that gets rezzed. It's the Hoopa that gets rezzed. And because Hoopa died to the Regieleki top, died here, respawned, he now has his ult back, right? So the Hoopa ults here. And because the Hoopa ults here, this Raichu's about to come back and he's going to be invincible. And the Raichu comes back invincible and we can't do anything to it. And he just starts dinging us. And it was just so confusing. It's like, what is going on, man? Like, I don't know if anyone, including their team, had any idea what was going on, but whatever. This is nicely played by Toon. Camping this bush, he lets them walk past. He procs his Mega. You know, TP's in, baits the Buzz to go on him, instantly side strikes to get the unstoppable. Has a second teleport, so he teleports away to avoid a little bit of damage for more spacing. And then he just presses A. Still ends up dying, but it was pretty well played. I'm hiding. You can look on the Rapidash, but no one's here. So anyways, not a lot of points win in this game, which favors us. Like, the only one stacking on our team is our Blaziken. They have 3 stacking characters.
Mewtwo having skill expression opportunities is nice.
Eno with the tier 1. Yeah, Mewtwo. Here's the thing about Mewtwo, guys. Because it's been a character in the game for so long that people assume is skillless, people have this idea that you just stand there and press A, but it has a built-in unstoppable that you can activate, double teleport, X attack, and you have to build gauge to gain stats, and a very long cooldown Unite move that gets vision of the entire enemy team and can set up kills. Like, there's a lot going on with the Mon. Is there any reason to go Future Sight? IMO, I'm of the belief, and so was my team agreed with me, that Future Sight sucks. Other teams went Future Sight, they had some success with it. There's one Japanese Mewtwo Y player who kind of put Mewtwo Y on the map, and it's the former attacker player for Channel. At least from the East or the West perspective, we watched that guy play Mewtwo Y, beat everyone up in Japan on it, and realized that, hey, we should be playing this Mon, right? We were kind of sleeping on it for a long time, right? I watched his stream of him playing it back in like March. I explained to you guys on stream how the Mon works, right? With its stacking special attack and how playing Muscle Band on it for the years that people have been playing on it's been bait. And in reality, you just want to stack special attack. So I saw him do it. And I still think that's the best way to play it. But maybe there's probably like 10% of games, 5% of games that it's good. Curios was a big Future Sight player, but I'm not a believer of it personally. Okay, so we're at the Ray fight. It's a close battle, but we're down in points. We know we're down in points. It's not that hard to assume it's we're down in points because we're down a pad. So we know it's close battle, but we're assuming we're losing. But we have better secure on Ray. They have better team fight because they have Hoopa and Ho-Oh. And we just have to win. We have to win a fight and then get Ray. So let's see how it works out. Bruv goes in, takes a bit of damage. I've wished to help him on the poke. What happens here is they've taken control of all of the bot side, right? And for those of you guys that are watching the game, you know how this is going to play out, right? But they controlled this entire bot part of Rayquaza, right? We can't flip because if we jump in and flip, they're just going to pop all their ults and instantly kill us. Because they have control of this entire side, right? We have the opportunity to say, screw it, let's just push top. What are they going to do? They're all on the bottom side of the map, right? They can't defend top. If they send one guy to try to whittle us down, that guy's getting mean looked and he's getting jumped on, right? The normal counterplay when you see 4 people siege a lane and when Ray is up is that team would just say, screw it, we'll flip Ray. But look at their Ray damage. I mean, I didn't even know this at the time, but no muscle band on Hoopa. Rapidash, who does negligible damage to Ray. Raichu, who's playing the mage build. And level 11 Ho-Oh. Like, they have no damage to do Ray. So in this moment, we realize, hey, we can just score top. There's nothing they can do about it. I'm standing in the way to mean look the guy. The guy comes. He doesn't end up getting mean looked. I think he gets spooked off. He was never going to stop the cap. Suddenly, we score 100 points. They're freaking out now. They're like, we wasted 40 seconds controlling the bottom side of the map, and now we can't even hit Ray. So now we're chilling. At this point, this isn't the exact comms, right? But our mindset is, dare you to hit Ray. You want to hit Ray? Do it. What? You're going to hit Ray in the face of Zacian Blaziken? Good luck with that, buddy. We're up a game as well. Like, we just have to secure Ray. So we're just chilling. They have to really make something happen. And they start to walk up. The Buzz gets isolated. He's forced to ult. This was sick by me. You know, I'll take the credit. I pressed my buttons. I noticed Galu's at half. So I buddy barrier him on the Buzz ult. I think I get the wish on him as well. Where's my wish go? Yeah, I get the wish on him. I get the buddy. He survives the Buzz ult. The Buzz dies, right? Rob's in the middle of everything. He's getting, he gets his ult off. They can't kill Snorlax and ult. Or if they do, it's going to take forever. So he lives. Problem is they have Ho-Oh ult, but we decide to run down the Ho-Oh, get the kill on the Ho-Oh before he gets his ult off, right? I'm here. I should have mean looked the Raichu, but I just wanted to mean look something here for our team to keep it stuck. We mean look the Ho-Oh. Actually, the Hoopa, I think the Hoopa was fine too. And now they're freaking out, right? They're running out of options. We just need to make sure we protect caps and score, right? And in an end game like this, when there's 30 seconds left, you basically need to make sure that if they can't hit Ray, that you have your pads covered and or you're threatening scores, right? For every score you threaten and they need to defend is one less person they can push with, which makes their concentrated push efforts weaker, right? So I go to score bot. We're already in the lead. They don't have time to hit Ray. Even if they go to score, Bruv's ready to defend, and it's Shrimple. So we end up winning this with a fake 2-0. You know, who knows what would have happened if game 1 didn't go that way. I think we would have won, but, you know, we would have won anyway. But that's what happens. So we advance in the bracket, right? At this point, it's like, you know, Talon, Nouns. We're on the B stage. On the main stage, it was LG versus QD, right? Winner plays here. LG ends up winning, so they play here. And now, you know, we exit this series, and this is where we find out we're playing up against LG. It might sound like, you know, cope or whatever, but I don't think a single person on our team was like, oh no, we're playing against LG. Everyone was like, you know, we've had good scrims against them. We've had results against them. You know, we just need to sit down, figure out our draft, and we'll be okay. Me and Toon had done like some very soft prep in the hotel lobby before the Talon game, assuming that we won, like just like very, very little prep. And then we went back to the hotel lobby to do more prep. And here's a funny story for you guys that, you know, just kind of explains the team dynamic a little bit. You know, we have, you know, our team is here. right? It's Toon, Ender, Gatlu, okay? And obviously Bruv and Adesu. Bruv and Adesu are more vibey, you know? They're kind of just, they're nice guys. They chill. Bruv is extreme vibes. Adesu is extreme vibes, you know? So they don't normally get in the middle of interpersonal kind of stuff. Toon, you know, a little bit hot-headed, you know? He means well, but he's definitely a little, you know, his head is hot. He gets a little angry. And then Gatlu, if there was a word to describe Gatlu, it would just be Gatlu, right? Like, they should make a new word called Gatlu to describe how Gatlu is. But he's like he's a little goofy, you know, a little unaware sometimes, you know. He's Gatlu, okay? So what happens, right, is we end whatever, we go to get some food. I think some of the team had already eaten. Like, I think Bruv and Adesu and Gatlu had already eaten. I hadn't had anything to eat, so I was starving at this point. So I went and got like a rice bowl. I bought Toon some ice cream. Me and Toon shared, we had like an Aloha Breeze or something. I don't know. We shared some ice cream. It was cute. You know, I just wanted the team vibes to be good. Gatlu decides, oh, I'm hungry again. So he lines up for food after I've already eaten. Whatever. It's okay. I think Toon had like popcorn for lunch or something. Do not say what toppings Gatlu got. That's not it. And then Gatlu decides, guys, I'm going back to the Airbnb. Our Airbnb, mind you, is like 20 minutes, 30 minutes with LA traffic away. We have to play LG in like 2 hours or something. Gatlu's like, I'm going back to the Airbnb. And we're like, what? He's like, I need to take a shower. And, you know, it's Worlds. I can't argue with my teammates. Like, bro wants to take a shower. I gotta let him go take a shower. So Gatlu disappears for like 30 minutes, right? We're like getting ready to do our draft prep, me and Toon are. I see Gatlu, I'm like, oh, you were back fast. Like, that was quick. Like 30 minutes? Like, how'd you get back? He's like, oh yeah, I didn't go. I'm like, okay. Gatlu tells me, he's like, do you think it'd be weird if I asked Ice if I could shower in his room? Because Ice on High Five, their hotel was in walking distance. And I'm like, yeah, don't do that. You know, like, I think they had just lost or something. Like, we're not going to ask another team to shower in their room. So anyways, me and Toon, we go to the hotel lobby, right? The same lobby that or it's the same lobby that Ice is staying in. It's literally like 2 minutes from the venue, right? We decide we're just going to sit in the hotel lobby and do our draft prep because there's good Wi-Fi there and there's actually a quiet place to sit down, right? Yeah, Ice is also giga tilted about the phone stuff. Anyways, me and Toon are chilling. We're locked in. We have a good draft plan against LG. We're like, you know, we're going to prioritize getting Zard. You know, they're probably not going to let Lottie through, but, you know, if they do, whatever. You know, we have our Suicune, Zacian, Blaziken kind of lined up. We're like, Rapidash is a really strong character into LG. LG hasn't been playing Umbreon. They don't play Aegislash, right? The 3 counters for Rapidash were like Umbreon, Aegislash, Mewtwo-I. Of the 3, they only really played Mewtwo-I, and it's like, you know, 2 of them they already don't play. So if we get Mewtwo-I Rapidash, they have no counters for Rapidash. So we're locked in, right? Bruv and Adesu, they come here, right? There's 4 seats, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Me and Toon are on 2, right? Bruv and Adesu, me and Toon are sitting here. Ice shows up, asks for like a selfie or something, whatever. And then the star of the show, Gatlu, comes up, right? You know, and he looks at me. We make eye contact, me and Gatlu, right? And I'm like, he's gonna do it. He's gonna ask Ice to shower. Please, Gatlu, don't ask the team that just lost to shower in their room. Please don't do it. We have a match in 2 hours. It's going to be so awkward. Galu's like, can I ask a question? And I'm like, oh God, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ice, can I shower in your room? And it's just so awkward. Everyone's just looking at each other. Poon storms off. He goes like on the escalator and he just walks up the escalator up and down for like 2 minutes because he's just tilted that this happened. Me and Bruv look at each other. We're like, oh, not this again. Like, we have a match in 2 hours. Anyways, Poon cools down. Obviously, you know, we have a match. Galu, no one's surprised, does not take a shower in another competitive player's room. But he has to be showerless. But yeah, we go into our match into LG.
Can definitely do it. That's amazing.
Our draft prep at this point was
with these teams for those
our Ho-Oh results in scrims into LG have been like hit or miss. It's a character that LG had pretty good success with. They could also flex it onto 2 different roles, which was annoying. And I'm gonna leak some LG strats because I leaked a bunch of our strats. So let's get a picture of let me show you a popular LG strat that we were ready to play against. I think they didn't end up doing it because they knew we were prepared against it. But I think, to be honest, had they done it, it would like. I think it was, for what we draft and for what they draft, I think it was borderline unbeatable for the way that the drafts were set up. So what they would do is they would have a very strong top laner. The one I think would be best for them in this situation would be Lucario, right? Right? Overlord plays Lucario in the top lane, right? And then they send, so this is LG, this would be Nouns, okay? They send Overlord to the top lane to 1v2, right? Otter or Slash plays Ho-Oh, invades, right? They either invade with Ho-Oh or Lax, right? And then they play 2 people in the bot lane to 2v2, right? And Trainer in the jungle plays a fast, very, very fast jungler. So he'll either be Leafeon or Scyther. Okay? And the reason why this strat was so difficult to play into was we have to send someone either from the top lane or the bot lane, right? To defend in this against this invade, right? If we do that, Lucario is a very strong 1v1er, right? They were gonna ban Zacian, which is what they did do, right? So Zacian's gone. We no longer have a strong 1v1er in the top side. The other thing that we were strong to 1v1 with would be Blastoise, but only Toon was playing Blast for this, right? So they have someone invading, annoying our jungler. They have a winning top side, right? Even if Lucario has to 1v2, he's still gonna do decently well, right? Lucario is an amazing 1v2er, right? And then on top of that, right? You can't stall the Lucario in the top lane, because if you try to play slow against Lucario, this stupid fast jungler is just coming and he's just going to kill you in the top lane, right? Trainer's either going to be a Leafeon coming out at level 4 or a Scyther at level 5. He's going to be out at 920, right? 920 is when this middle Baltoy spawns, right? And they're like, how are we supposed to play against this, right? We had a couple different ways to play against it, right? One was we play like Alcremie plus something, and I go onto their side, force a Luca to play 1v1 on our side. If the Luca wins 1v1 on our side, it's fine. At least I won something in the jungle. Our jungler would either have to eat shit or our tank would help. And if our tank helped, we would have to deal with getting 1v2'd on the bot side, right? Basically, it's like, it's such a perfect storm. If they have the better invader, a strong character that can 1v2, and a fast jungler. And with what we could play, there wasn't a whole lot of options that we could do to get out of the early game, without it being incredibly volatile, right? We could play Hoopa, right? The other option was we play Hoopa plus 1 top, and we just completely destroy the Lucario. Like we go like Hoopa Buzz, right? Hoopa Buzz is probably the best way to handle it, right? Hoopa Buzz, destroy the Lucario, right? Let our jungler eat shit. If their Scyther wants to come, he can come. Our Hoopa Buzz is already big. But to our surprise, they didn't bother playing it. We also did ban Ho-Oh and Lax. Those are the 2 characters they could do it with. The other reason was that if they decided to do it with something else, I kind of wanted to be Hoopa into this team. Lax is a natural Hoopa counter. I didn't think we would get Suicune into them, right? Because they also said we get to decide. This is the first time we decided to go first pick, I think. I didn't think I was going to get to be Suicune. Alcremie was a little volatile due to how the laning was going to go. I also wasn't sure if I would get access to Blissey. I just had a good feeling I was going to end up on Hoopa in this series, which is what I did. So we were a bit surprised and caught off guard that they just let Lottie through. We didn't think they would just let us get Lottie first pick. So our plan was they ban Lottie, we're gonna first pick Zard, right? We ban Ho-Oh, they ban Lottie, we ban Lax, they ban Zacian. We get Zard. If they don't ban Zacian, we can get Rapidash and then pick Zacian later because no one on LG plays Zacian. But we were expecting the bans to be Zacian Zard or Rapidash Zard, or sorry, Lottie Zard or Lottie Zacian. But they let Lottie through, and our prep was we're gonna end up on Zard, so we took the Zard. We like Zard is really good into a lot of the things LG likes to play. They like to play speedster all-rounder, counters them. It's fine into enemy Lottie if they end up picking it here, but it does make it a little weird because now they get to go Lottie Suicune, which is what I think they do, right? Yeah. It's fine they end up on Lottie Suicune. The tank picks get choked out here. And Crustle is actually a phenomenal pick, so it's really good that we picked Crustle here. 2 characters that don't like getting rock tombed, and it's probably going to be fine into the rest of their team. So the Crustle pick was really, really good. It's also the only, like, Slash's hero pool for this event was like Ho-Oh, Lax, Crustle, and like maybe Blissey. So we knew that if we drafted this way, that Slash would be on something he's not comfortable on, which is what ends up happening. Game 1, I end up on the Umbreon. I think game 2 and 3. Game 2, I'm on the Hoopa. Reason I don't go Hoopa this game is we have Zard. You know, he's kind of like a range character. Adess is going to be Mewtwo. Crustle is a good frontliner, but it does really well with another frontliner. And Umbreon was just a solid mon. Like, Umbreon was just such a good character. Also, we were expecting Trainer to be a speedster. Truthfully, we were all prepared for Trainer to be either Scyther or Leaf here. But they both are very hard characters to play into our draft, right? They kind of, like, anything Trainer plays kind of just gets stuffed by our entire team, right? Mewtwo Y counter speedsters, Guard counter speedsters, or double tank on the other side. Dodrio has a good matchup into most speedsters. Trainer doesn't play, you know, he has a very limited hero pool. So I was happy with the game 1 draft. I was surprised to see Slash decide to play the Suicune in game number 1. Right? Like, Slash has way more experience on Blissey. I feel like Otter has more experience on Suicune, so I was surprised they swapped these guys around. But that's what they decided to do. Also, for whatever reason, on day 2, they told us not to have your team tags on your name and to just be your tag. So that was you signed up with. So Bruv is just literally Bruv. Like, they made Bruv lose his HD. Kind of messed up. We go into HD.
All Luminosity will be making it through. The other one will be going home. Lanes are set.
Um,
and at the
So
moment, nothing
they
is
send
going sideways. Everything
Blissey bottom, I guess, to get some stacks.
according to plan.
I think they wanted a Suicune top because Overlord needed some
No
help getting
central area
stacks as well.
invades, but that might change for game number 2 and 3.
So this is kind of how I like to play Umbreon in the top lane where we can. When our lane is weaker, which our lane is quite weak, right? We're Charmander Eevee into a Suicune lane. So my goal here is that like we play opposite sides. One of us will get something,
Things do start to settle.
right?
Toon,
Like,
unfortunately, is kind of holding the
and
change for game number 2 and 3.
yeah,
Once
Toon has to have like a tough
Toon,
lane here.
unfortunately, is kind of holding the fort on his
But
own as
Overlord doesn't at least get the last hit.
Charmander, so,
He forces Slash to get it, which means there's one less
you
stack
know,
for
not
Overlord to
really
get.
able to really
I get their bottom right. I instantly do it.
anything, but the stats are gonna
So
work
now
in
I'm
favor
one
of
thing from
him
getting level
here
4.
because he hasn't
I'm
really
fighting for
been pressured
this. I don't get
by
it.
Luminosity as of yet.
But the point of me fighting for this here is to force them to use cooldowns on me, so Toon can have a shot at contesting this one. So Toon gets the mid one. I divert their attention. They don't have a fast jungler this game, right? If they had Leafeon or Scyther, we wouldn't be able to play the top lane like this because those characters clear the jungle faster and they would be in time to contest this mid one. But me and Toon have played this lane so many times, like I didn't even need to say to him what the plan was. Like we executed it exactly how we wanted to, and we managed to do it. Toon gets a piece of farm where we thought he wouldn't, and we try to secure this. We don't.
A fantastic player. Somehow can always get experience and somehow steals objectives.
Well, to bring up Inda has
Why are they
joined
talking about
Nouns
me?
this year, and they are
Anyways, I get 4 on the back
player
one.
that has defeated now Luminosity
Oh, this was funny, right?
this year. And
So I'm like, we're like, maybe we can't really play this, and they're like, oh, we're 4,
player that
and I'm like, wait, Slash is inting. I literally, my comms here were Slash is inting, right? Because I remember at this loading screen, he's playing Potion on Suicune, and he's just standing in the bush here.
now,
I was like, oh, Slash is inting. So I just lock in foul play, and I just pull him back.
Is this going to be
he
the
just
secret
died.
tech coming up into this set? But so far, those
We
betting
can't really
are getting
push.
so
I think right now
looking at the levels,
I need to
it's
go
still
invade or
very
do
early
something,
days,
because
but
I'm really strong on the
even
map
it
here.
is 7 to 10 points he's
I
getting
guess
in those
we're
early
just
sets
helping
where he
Toon
can,
get
but here
stacked,
comes Gatloo
or Toon
over
get
the
farm,
wall
so it's
to go
fine.
and knock down Latios. So that is massive.
Overlord, I'm
Down
assuming, is getting a little
This
frustrated because he only has 1 stack.
2025 season. Now it's hold
So he's playing on our side, but I'm just standing on top of him. He has 1 stack, and I don't want him to stack. This is how I play the game. Into LG especially, but into any team that has a top laner that's their like primary carry character, I know that they're gonna start to get frustrated throughout the game if they don't get stacks. So we're just not letting him stack. He's gonna get some XP on his side. I can't really stop him anyways.
You gotta reset things here, right? It's a brand new series. It's a brand new day.
But yeah, he's not gonna get any stacks. You see me, I don't know where their Blaziken is. I'm not leaving top until I have vision of him. Eventually, I think I should walk across to get vision of him. But the scary part is if I walk this way, and some Blaziken players will do this, they'll do the hug the top side of the map and then go and score. So I really just need to be really tight to my pad here.
Both of our speedsters going for a little bit of a dance, but no
I think here I'm calling Gatloo. I'm like, we can't. They want to sack top. You need to come. And Gatloo, he gets opened on by the Zoroark. He's like, I remember this is a moment where Gatloo is like, oh, I inted. And then Gatloo's like, wait, never mind, I'm killing him.
Although, hang on, we still have that battle, and oh, the Zoro does go down.
You can see, like, you can even see his reaction here.
Here and there, although,
right?
hang on, we still have that
he's like sad.
and
he's like, I killed him.
Not take the Dodrio down, so
That was really well played by Gatloo.
Yeah, they're going to go.
And it's good rotation by our team. But again, no stacks have gone. No stacks have gone through in the top side, other than the first one. So this stage of the game, you know, we've gotten our lane Charmander out of the game. Their lane Blaziken is only level 6. Our bot lane is level 7. Our jungler's ahead. Like, we're in a very good spot at this point in the game. The only downside, right, and this is some foreshadowing, the only downside is that Toon doesn't have attack weight stacks, and Charizard like the other all-rounders in this game, is very, very reliant on attack weight.
And deny Kyrios any experience.
So he's going for a sack here. He gets his first one here.
Rock tomb set up there by Bruv. If that didn't connect,
Gonna get a
they
second
wouldn't
one
have been able
here.
to grab that
So we've got
knockout.
two.
So
It's good.
This is the beauty of Crustal. We very rarely see this Pokemon in a lot of
And then
regions,
Galu's gonna
but
go
when
for
it
the
does
break.
appear, I think just the shock
I don't know if we
value
wanted to go
knowing
for that break,
Crustal is
but
in your
the
game,
Galu also
it
needs a
really
stack,
can
so it's
catch you off
fine.
guard with
And now I know, I don't know for sure, but my guess during this game is that Overlord's calling for them to come top. Like they want to get this top objective down and they want to get some stacks. So they try to push it, but we have two tanks on it. We should be able to defend this very clearly. We also just got the bot Reggie. They can't push this. So we clear this pretty easily.
Oh, you can see Nouns just
Again, no stacks. Do not let the Blazer players stack.
Unfortunately, they didn't end up losing that. Reggie, two members are going and dealing
But
with that.
the Reggie Lucky
Rob
pressure
to
means
mid,
we have
instead they're
less
going to try and contest these birds with
sight on mid.
Has locked in that
But
level
Toon gets
block
some.
that has
Toon
the
gets to
yellow
mid.
dot above their head, so they also have their unite.
Side lane bees are about to spawn. The birds in 10 seconds. So we're just getting in position for that. The other reason why we don't really want to fight them, and this is something that happens in a lot of competitive games into Latios, is you don't want to mindlessly fight the Latios team, because even if you go even in terms of KDA in the Latios matchups, the Latios is going to get multiple Dragon Pulse stacks. So we're just like, stay far, don't give a Latios a reason to stack, only play up when we need to play up. We go up here, big catch. But I think we should have engaged on this. But I guess X's is out, but I think we just wipe them here if we all in. But they have Blissey ult, we have Umbreon ult, we have Dodrio ult, we have Mewtwo ult. The Dodrio could be rotating. We're 5v4, so it's not, don't have to go on it, but this engage just looks so good. It's fine. They go on me. I trade my ult for it. We got bot birds, and we're going to get the cap on bot side. They still can't really push. We have Zard ult. They Lottie ult. The Blaze goes in. We still have Zard ult. Cancels the Mewtwo, or the Blaze ult. Mewtwo ult to combo off of it. And we're just winning the fight now. Blaze, or Galu's back now as well. And this is where the game gets bad. You might not actually realize why the game goes bad here, but our Charizard only has 2, maybe 3 attack weight stacks. This is a moment where our Charizard can get fully stacked. And if we have a fully stacked Zard, this game will not be close. But Toon goes for the cap, and I think our team is like, let's not waste time. We're kind of low. We're just going to go for the cap. Rob goes for the score. In hindsight, we all talked about it. It was a mistake. Because now our guy is just down 3 stacks. And you'll see that it does end up mattering for the outcome of this game later on. But regardless, like, we're in such a good spot here. Like, I like our draft. I like that we've been playing for the most part. We're up 200 points. This is another point in the game that's a little awkward with what we do. So we want to get the bot objective. Me and Toon called to just give top at this point. In hindsight, we maybe could have defended, because for whatever reason, Slash like respawns and just sits on this pad from like, no, he backs here at 435 and he's just sitting on this home pad, right? Had we gone top and defended this, they just wouldn't have a Suicune there. So if our team had counted, there's only 4 people pushing, maybe we could defend this, but we're calling just let it in. We're getting bot objective. We're, you know, I'm going to score on their tier 2. Bash does end up jumping top, but I think he backs again. I get my score. And this is where, like, please, just guys, let it in, just back. But Galu's like, I can kill them all. I can kill them all. He full heal. I think he full heals the air here.
Here comes Gatlu. However, they are unsuccessful.
They kind of full healed nothing. Ulted nothing. And then we lose a level 12 Pokemon. He leaves the guy at 1. But I really just wanted to let this in. We're getting value on the rest of the map. If they do break it, we'll get XP on the top side. They also won't get to have such a clean overcap on it as well if we don't all die. And because Slash was sitting in the base, we didn't get Toon's cap on their tier 2. So that was like some miscommunication, a little misunderstanding, but it's fine, you know, everyone makes mistakes, right? This was bad here. Toon just gets double ulted. I think our team sees that we have Zard ult, and it's like, oh, we should be fine, like our Zard will just ult and we can hold. But I think Toon doesn't expect to just get double ulted here. And it doesn't let him get his ult off, so he goes down, and we're a little bit too far to hold this well. But we get some kills in return. It's not that bad. But those two back-to-back were not, you know, there were big spots where we threw the momentum of the game for sure. But we're still, like, despite all of that, we're still in a really good spot.
They're able to go in and rely on that damage to hopefully
okay, so move forward. There's not much action that happens here.
Kind of looking at it, they don't want, but positioning going into that.
So we get to the Ray fight. It's close battle. We genuinely don't really know who's ahead. I think we maybe have a feeling we're ahead, but the point is that we have Dodrio. We can get score lead.
Just by a few points.
So we're chilling.
Go for those micro scores, or they're gonna go for that Ray Quasar.
But Ray's getting tapped. They have good last hit, so we can't really just go for a score. If Galu goes to score here, they go for a flip. We have Zard ult to interrupt overheat, but they have Blissey ult, Dragon Pulse from Kyrios, and Zoro ult. So we can't really let this game get down to a flip. We need to fight. We have pretty bad last hit on Ray. So Galu takes the initiative. He's like, I'm going in. Pops his full heal and he just runs in. We have a Mewtwo ult. I didn't think we were going to Mewtwo ult, but it ends up working out. We Mewtwo ult, Dodrio ult. Instantly one-shot the Blaziken. Also killed the Zoroark off of it. They Blissey out the Lottie. And this is where I was saying the foreshadowing on Toon not getting his stacks made the difference. So we called to go hit Ray because both their secures are dead. They've used their Blissey ult. If Toon has 6 stacks on Zard here, right, he kills this Lottie. But instead the Lottie's just getting healed. I run down. I eventually help kill the Lottie. But he just lived a little too long. If he had the stacks, he would have killed the Lottie, gone mid and started hitting it. And we know we have to go for it because the Blaziken's respawning with overheat eject. And it's really scary. I think Adesu also misplays here and ends up getting caught instead of just kiting around the Ray pit. The speed fruit being up actually griefed us. I didn't even realize. Does the speed fruit just respawn? The speed fruit just respawned. A-hole.
The threat Slash here on the Suicune can bring and maybe get a
so Adesu dies. And like just it's just so sad, man. I mean, I've won so many games in my life off of a Blissey Egg Bomb steal. Eventually you gotta lose to one too.
Can bring and maybe
let's just go frame by frame. Right, so the Egg Bomb's being launched here. We have Psy Strike, I think will end. Right, I have Snarl ticking. We have Tri Attack. And we have Crustle on it. And it's just, I mean, sometimes the game is just like that. and it doesn't go to us.
Was it the execute from Otter? Oh my goodness, Otter has done it. That is
Yeah, we end up losing game one.
amazing.
It's sad.
Trying to bring
Whatever.
that energy from
We go back into
when
game
they
two.
ended up winning that-
We're locked
that
in.
jacket. Otherwise,
I don't think
we are
anyone on our
heading
team was,
into
like,
our second
too
big
tilted.
man phase. Nouns
Like,
Esports are still in that
It
first
happens.
position.
We
Have
felt
decided
really
with
strong throughout the
that-
game. To be honest, I think the biggest mistakes were not letting Toon score on the top side. Trying to defend the Reggie Alecki on the tier 2, on the tier 1 top, and then Toon dying to the Lottie Suicune ults on the bot side. He was standing behind our pad. Maybe it goes a little, maybe the whole game is different. If we let top walk in, it's a little different. If we let Toon stack on the tier 1, it's a little different. Obviously, like, it's not that simple though, because, you know, from their perspective, they probably have also lots of different things that they did wrong that they could have just adjusted and maybe wouldn't have gone as bad. But at least from our perspective, that's how I see it.
Also get rid of the Zacian.
So we lose. We get to decide if we want first pick or not. Thinking that they're probably gonna repeat their bans. We're like, okay, let's just adjust a little bit.
Okay, that makes sense.
We'll
I
give them
do
the
feel like
locks this
you can't really
time.
give a Desu-
Looks like they're gonna let the Lottie through. We want to take the Zard first pick. So we'll just ban the Lottie. And if they don't ban the Lottie, then whatever, right? Like if they ban the Lottie, or if they were planning to ban the Lottie and they got a free ban and they banned Zard instead, then we would just get one of the other mons that goes through. And if it's like, if we don't want to first pick Rapidazerization, like let's say they banned Charizardization, we would just first pick the Snorlax, because we didn't really want to play Lottie either.
the Zacian either. Thoughts on Toon's
yeah.
Charizard last? Do you think
I think we were happy.
It
We're
really
probably
comes
going to end
down
up in a
that
similar kind of
timing
draft.
when to
I
actually
think they
use it and
probably
be able to get
recognized
maximum-
that one, the Mewtwo is really strong into them, and two, maybe they only play Lax Mewtwo. I don't know what their actual thought process is. But the other thing was that if Latios is banned and they don't get Mewtwo, Kratos would be on an awkward Pokemon, or Curious would be on an awkward Pokemon here.
maybe? I don't
So
know.
they high picked the
I feel
Mewtwo.
like
I think it's a fine
Suicune
decision
on
to
a
draft.
different Pokemon, but
We go Suicune. They let the Suicune through. In terms of tank picks, Lax is already taken. I remember calling that I want us to pick our tank here, because I wanted to see what they would pick to decide my support pick. If I wanted to play support or if I wanted the Suicune. And as the draft went on, I think
maybe
we
this game is
decided
going to prove me
there
wrong.
aren't many
Suicune,
attacker picks
love
left,
to see-
right? Lottie's gone. Like, look at Odessa's pool. Odessa's pool is Zacian, Rapidash, Lottie, Mewtwo, Y, and 3 of them have been banned and 1 got first picked. So it's like, he's probably going to end up on the Suicune.
side this time, and the unlimited in that choices have so
And I think in hindsight, at least during the draft, I felt, oh, maybe we should have taken the Dodrio, because I knew Overlord plays Dodrio, but it wasn't something he had a lot of practice on. So I wasn't really expecting him to pick it, but he still ended up doing it anyways. And we wanted the Dodrio here. So I think they picked a lot of stuff to just take it away from us. But also, like, at the same time, if Overlord plays Dodrio, they are going to end up on a double speedster comp into Charizard Suicune, which also isn't good, because Trainer, up until this tournament, he's only been playing Leafeon, Scyther, Zoro, and some Mimikyu. And like I mentioned earlier, Mimikyu has a really annoying bug. I was fine if they played Mimikyu. It's a detrimental bug.
Gatlu's gonna have
So
to play a
him going
different
Dodrio kind of
Pokemon
locked
if
out
he
Trainer's
has the
pool.
Dodrio in
So
mind. And what
I'm like, okay,
Pokemon
I'll pick
could
the
that possibly
I'll take
be?
the
Because at
Hoopa
moment, they
that
have
Odessa plays
a
Suicune.
great Pokemon
And because we have Suicune, we're more confident in Blaze.
in Charizard.
Gives us a last hit,
I think
which
this
we
is
lacked in game
and
number 1.
Blaziken
online for
Xeno
wild
And then
card
Trainer
of
goes
an
Water Bear,
all-round
which we were all very
that
surprised.
over City Play
Um,
would be assuming that
Some people were talking about Water Bear being really strong before the tournament, but I don't know. I saw the Water Bear. I was like, let's just not die on the first gang from Water Bear, and we should be fine.
This is Nouns
Esports last tournament.
So this time, I had a feeling that maybe they would send to invade to try to open up some pressure. So I wanted to kind of scout out the invade, but I guess they had a similar idea. And so I went to scout the invade. I noticed that the Blissey didn't invade through top side. I saw the Snorlax on bottom. I saw the Blissey was on top. So in this moment, I realized, okay, Blissey's helping clear the jungle. I need to immediately put pressure on Dodrio, either get out its full heal or get some damage on him so that we can play this lane out. I think he full healed here. We didn't get to see it. Our bot lane actually gets a good kill. Really good. So we go for this last hit here. I think my stun's a little too early. But Galu called go here. But I think I need to auto it like 2 more times before we go here. Because the Dodrio just has a clean look at being able to steal it. But it's also fine. It's just like, we get it. It's fine. I have to stun the Chansey to make sure he doesn't have a chance to secure. And then it's going to be Dodrio versus Blaziken who gets the last hit. And he had his Blaze stacks up on it, right? I guess he didn't. I think we could be a little bit more patient. But anyways, we do get it, so it's good. I make the fruit for Gatlu. He gets out.
Managed to get the heal off, and for the moment, we're going to have a bit of a peace treaty signed between these two Pokemon in that top lane.
They pull it back too far, so we're not going to get that top one. And then Adesu went to invade, stole the blue buff. I think this was Adesu's plan. He's like, if we do really well bot, I'm going to go to their blue. And he did get into the blue, steal it. And I think he even ends up living, so really well played from Adesu. Which means that the Urshifu doesn't hit 5. And there's extra bottom farm up that we can funnel into either Bruv or Toon. And this is usually the part where Water Bear is going to be super strong. But because we delayed its 5, we're really good. Topside went, you know, slightly in our favor as well. So we're winning the map everywhere here. I made my portal here, and I was a little worried that once I make my portal, they see my portals on cooldown, and they might try to aggress on the bot side. But we're playing no XP share Lapras, so it's really hard to kill. Right? It's going to be overstatted at this point of the game. I think it's like Rocky Helmet. Like, look how good Rocky Helmet is into their team. And they just can't push this Lapras off the pad. Dodrio comes to invade, but we were ready on the invade, so he didn't steal our red. So, you know, we're pretty much like matching them where they're playing the game.
You know, we're talking about close games so far. Obviously, only 2 minutes or so have passed.
Curious proc is mega in the bush here.
I think it's just
and I just ejected. I'm like, there's no reason to risk it. He's mega'd. We're definitely not going to be able to play through topside here. But he mega'd too early. Now he doesn't have mega for the mid Bs. Trainer tries to push up, but we have too much XP at this point of the game. He hasn't gotten any stacks. He's playing the lens. Somehow Adesu died. I don't remember how this happened, but he's just in an awkward spot with no eject. Not the worst death. It happens, but he shouldn't be dead there. Because our macro up until this point was very tight. I mentioned this yesterday. I remember missing a stun. This is like a Dodrio interaction that in this moment I'd forgot. But Dodrio, when it finishes scoring, is invincible for longer than any other character in the game. Right? So you see he finished scoring. Most characters, they'd be done scoring and I would stun them here. But Dodrio is just invincible for like 0.7 seconds longer. I don't get to stun it there.
Dodrio finally coming in and increasing the score, but then again we see some counter scores happening. So
and Galu does a good job scoring on their side. I'm just harassing the Dodrio.
Because we're seeing the Combusken
fine.
Stalked here by that
portal for Gatlu.
Really wanting to jump on top of them.
But he gets the fruits anyways. Good stun. Force the full heal. And now Dodrio has no full heal for bees.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. They don't want to risk too much diving
We blaze kick the bees backwards. He gets a 7. There's a portal for him out of his evolution. We're good. We got through the hard part of the game, you know? The hard part of the game is where Water Bear is online. We have a Charmeleon and a Combuskin, right? That's the hard, scary part of our game, the game for our comp. But we're out of that part of the game. In fact, I would argue that we're doing better. Which comp for comp, maybe we're not meant to, but we are. So I like the spot. I really like the spot we're in here. So bottom objective is not that important, right? Like, we don't have a range character that really needs a bot pad. We mostly just don't want them to be able to stack. Poon has level 9, so we're strong on this top side of the map here. But we decide to stay top. We have the better secure on the bot side, so Gatlu can just stay here and get it. I'm calling the team here. I'm like, I have portal if you guys want to come up. Rav does go down to the water barrel, but they're fighting. They're doing well. Sadly, we lose our pad behind us. I think I really wanted us to be able to protect this pad, but I guess they just have too many small scores, so we end up losing it. But it's fine. Pads aren't that important, even though we have Hoopa. What's more important is XP and stacks. In this game, at least.
Trade, it seems. Up top, though, we did unfortunately lose that Blissey, thanks to Toon, who was able to secure that final
so
hit.
We get the Blissey kill. We didn't even burn Zardal. Oh, this was sick. I'm glad you guys got to see this on camera. But you just miss it. So I think I had already ejected his jump kick. And then, yeah, you guys didn't get to see all of it, but he jump kicked, and I pre-ejected the jump kick, knowing he was going to try to jump kick me. Instantly Phantom Forced, anticipating that he would maybe get tilted, that he missed the jump kick, and full heal to not get knocked back. And then try to ult me, right? Which is exactly what he goes for, the boosted ult. But I'm here, right? Put the portal down. That Toon come and ult him, and then we're big chillin'. But yeah, I was like, that's like a Hoopa matchup that I have so much practice into. And, you know, like, Overlord's a great player, but I'm sure he also isn't as practiced on the Dodrio for this event, because he's been playing so many other things. Because, like, I pre-ejected the jump kick. Like, if I had missed my eject, I would just be instantly dead. But sometimes you just have to go for the soul read. So we get this in. I think Toon's like, I need to score. I need my stacks. It's like, yeah, whatever. Because game 1 we didn't get stacked.
By the way, Kels, this is actually Surging Strikes. It is not the wicked low. So Trainer,
they're ratting us a little bit in our jungle, but we're in a solid spot here.
And fight in this match. And the one thing that the Urshifu with the Surging Strikes is really good at is really piercing through all those shields. And
here, I was just kind of, I wanted to dare him to go on me, but then the Mewtwo ult comes out, and it's like, oh, that's not really fair.
Stable aside from the Seismic Slam and the freezes coming out from that Suicune. So Trainer might have a lot of freedom of movement in these fights, and that might cause a lot.
This is sad. I made a berry and I just ended up healing him.
Unless they can catch him with one of their major moves.
Or he finally got the kill.
Caught there by Luminosity, so he's going to be off the field for 10 seconds, which means that's 10 seconds.
But it wouldn't have, like, I wasn't tracking the Mewtwo ult in that moment. Maybe I could have played it better. Let's see. I don't get the heal here. I go for my boosted, right? If I don't go for that boosted and heal, probably slightly better.
Strikes is really good at is really piercing through all those shields and being extremely elusive.
I took damage from the Mewtwo ult, but that's the part that I really wasn't prepared for. I Phantom Force, get the damage, get the portal damage on him as well. I have to take the Phantom Force. I can't walk to my port here. If I don't know if my Magician was up, but I'm probably meant to instantly Magician here. And then heal. I think it might have been down though. But you know, they spend a Mewtwo ult. Can't win every interaction.
or if they want to try and find some more wild Pokemon, and it looks like they
But
will restrain
I think if I had
themselves. They're not
healed,
gonna
maybe
get
I
too
come
ahead
out
of
on top.
themselves. Just back up, make that lead, and keep the lead. Yeah.
As long as Dodrio wastes a lot of time and you end up giving vision and intel is worth it, yeah, for sure. Like even the death's not even that bad because
considering it just ticked over
like
that
I'm a level
halfway
8 support
point
and I'm
Nouns
dying at a
esports
not
just
pivotal
had
part of the
to
game.
So Luminosity
I love just playing. I love playing Hoopa into the speedsters and just like daring them to fight me because I know I'm gonna win the matchup over time, and the only time I'll lose is if they spend too many resources on me, and if they do, they do. This was amazing. They're just fighting us. Our Blaze is like fully stacked. He has like the perfect setup. Like he's about to fire punch 3 people with Blaze stacks here, and he's gonna full heal off of them. Zard ult on the Dodrio. Last time to Zard ult. I send the Hoop ult down just so we can try to siege. Maybe do the objective. We also have people sieging top. And Galu gets to take the port back still. We need to burn this objective fast. Galu has overheat.
They're gonna get it unless someone can try and go for the steal, but it's a Blaziken.
Tune's in a little bit of danger.
Steal buff, but they're very, very low. So maybe this is where Luminosity can
Get the port out.
around, but because there's a Hooper on the field,
Yeah. I don't know why he took it back. Fine though.
But there comes a big freeze from Adesu to get the stuns. Blaziken spawn, but there comes a big freeze.
Took so much damage here.
Adesu to get the stuns.
But this is, I remember switching eject for this game specifically. So much better this game. I didn't take my portal so I could stop these scores, and I think it actually helped.
But even then, with that push, this goal is still quite healthy at 51 out of
And
80 points.
Flash comes to interrupt our port. I saw him there, and I was like, if he stops our port, he's gonna die for it. So.
Which means they get punished and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
And then we can just reset after. This is funny to do to lax players. It's like they just can't help themselves sometimes.
Well, the heals are there, and Nouns are looking to go for a very big push here, scoring all those points into
And we go to
the goal.
score.
There's 32 points left there, but here comes Slash's cutting.
He already slammed, so this port should be safe, but he gets blocked out of it.
Pokemon in the air, and there's no more
Still gives us
swingers,
move
so
speed. Oh, this was sick.
with that heavy slam, managing to catch up 2 Pokemon
So you see here,
in the air, and
I'm anticipating the slam to come, right? Because like slams off cooldown. I throw my Phantom Force behind my team. So in case he tries to slam eject or slam, that he'll get knocked back and it protects Toon from getting heavy slammed. This is something I actually practice in practice mode. Like not for this tournament, but I think I had practiced this like in the off season, I think, or like when I was getting ready to go to EU, I would literally put Snorlax ball on the other team and I would just run around the map, prepping my Phantom Force on the heavy slam. And it's such an important thing to be able to do on Hoopa, right? Push the slam back and he doesn't slam anyone on our team, right? And it actually, like, it does end up making a difference. And then Toon still gets support off here.
Is going to go back to base, heal back up, and now he wants Slash as well. He wants that roasted Snorlax.
So, yeah, I mean, we're in such a good spot at this point.
It is so back and forth between these two teams. But as we look at the points until that rate, these levels, 3 level 13s on the side of Luminosity, it's going
All right, so skip to the Ray fight.
A step.
We're up 100 points. Our XP is good. Our stacks are good. They have some good stacks on their team, and they're like just a high level game, right? But there's been a lot of fighting, a lot of kills traded back and forth. They don't have the greatest flip in the world. Their secure is Blissey ult. You know, you could say Dodrio tri attack boosted, but we have overheat secure, so we have definitely the better secure. So if it comes down to a Ray flip, we're much favored. So we're hitting Ray to force them in, right? They have Dodrio who can threaten a back cap, so we don't want to get stuck in a scoring game. If Dodrio goes to back cap and Ray is already at 60%, we can just call to finish it. So, you know, that puts the urgency on them to take the fight onto us. They also don't want it to end in a flip. Toon gets really good poke on the Dodrio here. And let's see what happens on the other side of the map. I think we call, once the slam goes out, our call is to just take this fight. Trainer's already at half, Dodrio's at half. There's no point waiting, like this is the fight now. So Trainer's in, he gets comboed, he gets safeguarded, and Surging Sparks out. We get the Zard ult onto the Dodrio. Dodrio's like 1 HP. And then in this moment, I think Gatlu calls, let's go for the finish. Right, he feels confident. They have Blissey ult. We have Overheat. They don't, you know, it's close. But we're fully stacked Blaziken with it, with the, on the Ray. And we get it this time. Funny, like this game was a little closer than it needed to be. And so was game one. In the end, we should have just won game one, won game two, and call it, but things don't work that way, and now, you know, the writing's on the wall for what's about to happen if you already watched. They decide to, they take the Dodrio. We assume that they're taking Dodrio to take it away from us. Looks like their plan was to play score comp. I knew I wanted to be Blissey this game because we picked Latios. I've been saying it over and over again, but Latios needs to have protection to play the game. So I knew I didn't want to be Alcremie. The game looked like it was going to be too fast-paced, and Alcremie can fall behind a little bit. And I knew that this was already shaping up to be a solid safeguard game. Didn't seem like they were going to have much poke. These guys don't really, like, unless they go Inteleon, and I would just be soft-boiled if they do go Inteleon. And then they lock in the Sableye, and we had this idea that we were going to go Wiggly into LG if they pick double melee and no poke. Like, essentially, if they don't go Mew, because Mew is like their best poke character, Mew or Intel. And they already showed that they can't go Mew. Otter is the one that's going to play Mew, and they picked tank support already. And they could last pick the Intel here, but we saw that they were going to score comp. Like we were like, oh, they're going to score comp. And we already were ready with the Wiggly. So they lock in their score comp. We're not worried at all. We have no concern about score comp. We had, thankfully, we had the Korean team, Team EX. They played a game of score comp into us, and it kind of reminded us on how to play against it. And I have a lot of experience playing in score comp. I also have a lot of experience playing the Blissey Sableye side of the matchup. I'm very confident into it. Yeah. Why not Gravity Clef? The thing about Gravity Clef is that when everyone's all-inning you, they're all-inning with full heals and ults, right? If the enemy team isn't playing full heal and there's going to be 10 team fights in the last 2 minutes, Clef is great. But usually with Latios on your team, it's going to be Dodrio ult, Talonfly, Zoroark ult, and they all can play full heal, right? In which case, Clef does nothing.
Chance for both of these teams.
Moveset on Alcremie, always recover and Sweet Scent, pretty much.
In the semi-finals against
Here's another tech. We actually learned this from LG, or didn't learn it from LG, but we figured it out. Like, it reminded us because of LG, that if you're playing Leafeon and the other team wants to invade you, instead of doing your buffs, the Leafeon can just do both its ball toys. And it gets an easy level 4 off of that. You just have to fight over one piece of farm. But, you know, we told Gallo to put full heal on. Full heals the Sableye boosted auto, and it's Astonish versus Leafeon Swift, and Leafeon's going to be favored on that. So we get our level 4, we're good. We did 1-2 into blue to make sure our blue would be done fast and our Latios would be a little bit more favored on it.
I just noticed there's been a bit of a steal. Slash is applying a lot of pressure to Gatlu in that central area.
And once the Leaf gets 4, it's never gonna lose. Never gonna lose to the Sableye. I think he kills the Sableye. Pop's going really well for us, so we're in a good spot. To be honest, like this entire game, we played pretty well. It's just, except for the last 2 minutes.
Is playing Wigglytuff. I love this, except I don't love where he's
They all come bot.
using their sync to get the three-person
Buys a lot of
stun.
time, gets them really low.
Escaping, though, but still very bold movements.
Really bold movements, but it also gives a lot of space for the Latios
We're
to actually
chilling.
get that experience. So, you know, I kind of like this play, the fact that he's using the Wigglytuff just to be
Nice little bait from
as a trap.
Adesu and Gatlu.
Also, the Sing, you are going to be buffing up the attack from that Latios. It's going to be hitting
I think Toon
hard.
was playing the circle item, so that's why I didn't auto attack the Sableye.
So
I wanted to make sure he got the kill for the stack.
This draft, but we have to see how this really pans out because for Bruv, right, he really is going to be pivoting into that utility role because Wigglytuff does deal a lot of damage.
At this point, we
but
called that they're gonna look for invade. That's why I'm protecting the invade.
Yeah, your job is to amplify damage. You got to make
Pretty
sure
much
your
like-
teammates are the ones doing it for you.
Their comp is like actually unplayable into our comp.
Well, we do have
As long as we don't
Release
full
first
hard creep.
respawn. Trainer LGC does end up getting caught on out
Like,
and taken by
The Sableye can never make
that
anything happen on the map.
Slash trying to fight back as the Sableye. However,
They can never really siege pads into Wiggly Blissey, and Station's really good at holding pads, and the Leafeon's just gonna get super ahead.
Which means those two members from Nouns are able to soak up all of the experience from those Swabbers and Altara for themselves, leading Gatlu at level 8 now has the Unite move on hand.
Yeah, this early game is looking a little bit rough here for Luminosity because we're seeing multiple knockouts across the board all over.
Can you hear the
map.
crowd through the
Nouns,
headset? Yeah, you
they're the
can.
ones that are successfully grabbing these
We actually knew we
KOs, which means
lost
they're
because of the
also
crowd
grabbing experience and stealing away
when the
a
score was
chaos
loading up.
points that Luminosity are keeping in their pockets. And we're going to be seeing another knockout, even the Leafeon committing the Unite move. That's 3 KOs on the side of Luminosity. They're trying to play aggressive.
I don't know. I mean, most of this game is just
Now
we kind of just stuffed them. We do lose this game. Spoiler. Sure, a lot of you guys know that. I'll show you guys where we made some mistakes.
I don't trying to go for the scoring comp, but giving experience away.
Our plan, and this is a mistake, is that we only ever want to play on our pads, right? We only ever want to play on our pads. Adesu being mid here by himself is a mistake,
I love the
right?
fact
We're
that
getting the
they're trying to
bottom
go for the
objective.
score
We give up mid Bs, just play pad.
but
They're
if you
they're obviously
are
gonna go to score.
knocked out at the same
The XP from
time,
mid
I
Bs
don't
is not
know
worth
how
it.
much of a
Dying is
lead
really
you're
not
going
worth
to be
it.
able to
So
accumulate
this money
in this
exchange here,
particular
this
match.
is a mistake.
Honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect.
But Toon's
so
here to
far,
cover a little
Luminosity
bit.
Managed to keep up. That goal getter ticking is sending nightmares.
And Toon's
not to my
getting
ears, but I think
stacked up,
many
it's good.
members in the crowd, but
Nice
Luminosity
blind auto into the bush.
broken that top tier 2 again, stacking that Eon energy for
And
that
now I
late
think we've
game.
called like
Yeah, and you got two
me and
level
Toon are gonna
10
stick
and a level
together.
11. Everyone else has broken out into those double
You know, they
digits,
can
so
never kill
the
Toon if I'm near him or if
experience
Bruv is
leads
near
by
him,
Nouns. It's
and to
gonna
just
keep
hold
getting
pads.
bigger and bigger
I think we have
unless
one more
Luminosity is
mistake,
able
one
to
more big mistake
stabilize
before
this
Ray,
mid-game.
and it's
surely
something
it's
happens here top side.
points, but there's
Yeah,
only
so they all
much
collapse into our
flexibility
jungle
to be
here.
able to do for you. I think at a
We're calling,
point,
you know,
kind of
Galu's ready
need
on
to
the pad
do
here.
something else aside from just scoring.
They can't
But
really
in the
kill
end,
me.
the central area, Overlord
Overlord's
is so
one.
low. Thankfully, no one can finish him off. Those
Fine, even if he doesn't die, it's not that bad.
Luminosity,
It still stops them from sieging.
Looks a little bit lost.
Well, the wild Pokemon.
Right, they're playing score comp and they're behind in scores, so
However, some really
right,
risky
we're just holding the line.
plays here, considering
We're
now
just
T-Spawns
holding the
have those
line.
jump pads available
Hold the
as we have
line.
passed that halfway
Hold the
mark.
line.
But at the moment, it's
Hold
just a
the
game of
line.
chess. Who's going to make
You know?
this first move?
It's
As
okay if they
everybody
get
is
some
waiting
XP on
for
mid,
Brass
it's
Slash,
fine.
trying
We're
to take
holding
out
the
members
line.
by hitting their Swabblers on Altaria.
Right.
But you're talking about traps. Nobody from now is falling for that trap.
No,
We got some more vision. We're able to contest some Bs.
Quietest game of Pokemon Unite we've
Galu goes top. He ults on their score here,
seen so far.
which was bad,
But we're going to be seeing some more scores being thrown out here by Luminosity, but they still,
but it's fine.
they still can't overtake the point lead. But here, I remember this was for the
So they get
score
top.
comp. Maybe the
We're
plan
getting
of the
bot,
Luminosity-
and this is where it starts to get bad, right? Remember, hold the line. Galu goes for the red buff, cannot go for the red buff,
Okay, things
right?
are looking a little bit
right?
whack now.
Galu goes for the red buff. He's like, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die,
And
right? And then
they're just
we double, me and Bruv both ult him because he's freaking out. Had we only pressed one ult here, probably it's much better, right? Because then we can hold bottom. But he really should not be on the red buff.
I mean, Nouns, they've got to be expecting this, especially after seeing all the Pokemon and the items being selected
and
by
this kind of breaks our line holding a little bit, but it's still fine, right? In the score comp, the only way they're really meant to win is if they're up by like 250 when race spawns.
Really bad for them. Talonflame was able to get a quick score
and we're still fine.
Escape. As it being popped, this score Shios does bring, which does bring them up to level 13.
We come here, I have the helping hand autos. We stop the locks cap.
Which means they're not able to successfully get that dunk. However, Slash did end up getting 19 points. 200.
We're chilling, we're chilling.
Already, Nouns is, I think Nouns,
I think we're about to kill them here again.
Do enough damage to take the raid.
Or no?
Honestly, I have no.
So this is the point where obviously in hindsight we should just be mid, right? If we get flipped on, we lose. The problem is that we don't know where any of them are, and only certain characters on our team can really walk forward. Because if they're all in the same bush, we don't know which bush they're in, right? But if they're all in the same bush and they just press they press all their buttons on one guy and then flip, it's really bad for us, right?
Stops both
so we're like slowly taking the bushes. Sablei's on this side. We should just go. Like Bruv needs to just run in. Especially once he sees this fly on cooldown. There's no real, nothing's really scary. Adesu also has no reason to be this scared, right?
Towards that Rayquaza spawning, and well, Luminosity looks like they're taking this positioning.
Right? We need to just go. Obviously, we need to just go.
So they're not going for the play of those.
And then they just press every ult on it. Then we notice that they are. I think I cleansed the Sableye ult on Toon so he doesn't get sent back. And even then, like, look how close this is. He has the Blissey ult buff. And he just doesn't let go of it early enough. Oh, unlucky. I mean, it is what it is. Right? We should have been there. If we were there 2 seconds sooner, we would have probably had it. If we were there 5 seconds sooner, we probably would have killed them all. If we were there 10 seconds sooner, we probably would have killed them all. If we went and flipped it on our own, we would have got it. But it is what it is, you know? Right? Like, should let go of it like here, right? But it's a hard call, right? Like, Zacian ult's damage gets spread for every target it hits. Or like, you know, it does less damage if there's more targets it hits. So judging this damage range is like, I mean, he lets it go at a pretty decent time. Right? But, yeah. Why were we so scared? Well, Toon can't I can't face check by myself. Because I'll instantly die. Our Laddie can't face check, and our Leafeon can't. It has to be on Wiggly or Zacian to go forward. But guys, like, we're on the world stage. We're dominating the game. We're playing into score comp. Like, it's a lot easier said than done. And you know, somehow we don't get it.
They are successful, don't get the steal, and this is Luminosity's chance to make some miracles.
And then we can go back and watch. So we go here, and like, this is just a sad bug, right? Like, the Dodrio's cat shield is literally 1. Look. His shield is broken and the cap hasn't finished yet. Right? So what do you think should happen here? His shield is broken. He's taken damage. It hasn't finished yet. The bar is right there. You would expect them to stop scoring, right? And them not have access to our home pad. It just goes through after he's taken damage. Like, I mean, it's just, you know, bugs are a part of the game. I'm not going to complain about the bug existing. I don't think Dozier should have been banned for the event. But this is the type of stuff that the reason why the bug discussion annoys me is that you didn't know this bug is, no one told you? Fly in my face. This bug has been in the game since they buffed the Ray caps, right? So to see characters we play get banned 12 hours before the tournament, right? EUIC, we're one of the few teams that's spamming Portal Hoopa. Portal gets banned. NAIC, we're practically the only team that's playing Rapidash. At Rapidash's peak for competitive, Rapidash gets banned. And it's like, bro, like there's so many stupid bugs in the game. Just let the Mons play, right? My perspective isn't ban Dodrio, it has a Ray Shield bug. My perspective is let everything through the game because everything is bugged. So yeah, obviously if the game works as intended, we also wouldn't lose. Maybe. I mean, we're down in points, but I think Dodrio dies here. We kill the Talonflame. We have a level 15, 150 stacked Latios to siege their pad.
Oh boy, Luminosity, they're going to be able to score their points. Oh no!
Right? The Talon cap never went through anyways, but yeah.
Didn't get to score.
But they wouldn't have that score on the top side.
And 3 Pokemon are dead. So many gone out.
And then this siege is a little annoying.
Start to stagger their way as they jump onto this goal zone.
Right? I mean, look, it's like a tough situation to be in, but we have a huge Latios. Our team just has to go.
The Snorlax are going to start scoring.
Right, like, the Snorlax comes for the block, whatever, but it's, everyone's just playing too scared. I think at this point it's done. Can get the fly.
They're taking turns. They really want to make sure they can try and catch up one of these Nouns Pokemon, but so far they're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell how afraid they are because they can't directly engage.
But some of them just go to score.
Look on the map.
Do we get to see how Toon takes so much damage here? This was so unlucky as well.
So, the Talonflame. They're taking turns.
I should have played this a little differently, but it was just such a weird situation. So Slash just throws a Confuse Ray. It hits Gatlu. Because Gatlu has his boosted auto prep, the Confuse Ray, his auto attack becomes a dash. And how unlucky is that Gatlu's boosted auto off Confuse Ray is a crit. And it self-crits Toon. Like, just like how is this a thing, man? Like when everything needs to go wrong, it just goes wrong. Right? Right? It's like, what I should have done is if I notice this is exactly what was about to happen, that I should safeguard Gatlu here to break the Confuse Ray. But he instantly crit him, and at that point, like all the damage is already out. I'm just saving the safeguard for the heavy slam here or for something else. But we're still pushable. We finally all in them. We kill 2. Here we should have here Toon should have gone for the cap, knowing that they went to cap, but we didn't really know they went to cap. Because if Toon goes for his cap here, he can just focus on fighting instead of going for a score afterwards. I think if we had instantly ran to their home pad here instead of going bot, that's probably also better as well. But we have a level 15 Lottie. We just want to siege with it. We just take a little bit too much damage. Our Leaf ult misses. They have their ults back. Even then, like, we would need a full another 100. So yeah. But like, you know, making these calls, like, making the right call here is easy when you have perfect information, right? Like when we make our call here, we're like making our call to score and to go bot next. They only just had scored, right? And we had already committed to going here. Should we have switched to mid? In hindsight, maybe. But also, like, the mid pad gives way bigger shields, and the outer ones give smaller shields, so they're easier to kill. And we do need to kill them to win. We have to KO them to win. There's no other way around it. So yeah, it is what it is. Would we have won the next set right after? Maybe, maybe not. I think we were the best team at the tournament, but we didn't win. And every time I've been on the other end of it, it hasn't been like, oh yeah, we robbed them, they were the better team. Like, it's always like, we won, we get our win, and then when we lose our, we take our losses. So it's okay. I think I demonstrated enough opportunities that it's not like we played a perfect game and got robbed. I think it's pretty easy to say that we played like 75-25 better than the other team, right? Which means that in 100 simulations, right, we would win 75 sets and they would win 25 sets. And we were in the 25. So I think it's okay. Right? We would have had to play against Peru right after. Peru's a team that ended up winning the whole thing. So would we have won? I don't know. I think we would have been pretty confident into Peru. But it's you never know. So GG's to them, they won. That's where the end of the YouTube video would be. Which I did I don't know if you guys know, but I haven't been uploading on YouTube as much. It was way too stressful of a season with moving to Europe and then constantly flying everywhere. To also make content on YouTube and stream and do everything else I was doing. So yeah, but I want to go back to making YouTube videos, so that'll be one. Ender, do you think the final objective should be something else besides lasted secure, like capture point? I think I felt like that for a while, but now with how they're doing Groudon, I think they are going the other direction in that if you flip, you better score and survive. Because imagine in that situation, right? They flip. Let's just say everything is the exact same except there's Groudon. Let's say the Dodrio bug still exists, the Dodrio scores. We would have a score buff on our Lottie and like Wiggly, I think, right? Like our Lottie would have the Groudon buff and our Wiggly or someone else would have the Groudon buff to counter push. So I think the Groudon mechanic is exciting. We'll see how it actually ends up playing out in practice. But it would make the counter pushes way better. Funny that Dia Sky Ruins now has Groudon, the Pokemon of the ground. Looks like the visuals of the map are going to be different. Happy with the Groudon change because it'll help alleviate the issue of each game coming down to who wins Ray. Yeah, I think Zapdos was even like, like the week we had the Zapdos map. It kind of became obvious that even Zapdos was a better mechanic to counter push than Ray was. Right? Rayquaza is just kind of stupid, right? Like, why do you get the ability to freely score? Like, you can get Ray, everyone can back, and then you can push with 30 seconds left. Like, it's really stupid. Looking back at it, Zap was better. What kind of messes with our memory with Zapdos is that back in the day, every character that ulted, right? You get this Unite buff, right? Every character gets this Unite buff. every character's Unite buff was like 50 or 60% move speed, right? So what would happen was everyone would press their ults. Zap was really squishy. You would flip Ray and then instantly have the move speed to be able to score. But after, when Thea Sky Ruins came out, they reworked the Unite buffs. So now most characters get 30% move speed, and it's only the speedsters that get the Giga move speed. Zera's not a good example because he doesn't actually get it. Like Zoroark, right? So I think a tankier Zapdos with the updated, with the Buddy Barrier nerfs and the Unite move buff nerfs would probably be a better mechanic than both old Zapdos and current Rayquaza, right? Because that's the other thing, right? The actual problem with Zapdos was that everyone had Giga stats from Unite buff, and everyone, Buddy Barrier would just make everyone super tanky, so you couldn't kill them even after they got the caps. But looking like now, I don't know, Rayquaza is just cringe. Ray was better. Like, people say that Ray was better when it was tankier, which I maybe I agree with. But the real problem with Ray is that at some point they decided to buff this thing. The Ray Shield thing. Yeah, they made it a 4x scoring multiplier, and I think on release it was a 3x or 2x scoring multiplier, maybe like 2.5x. And then at some point early on in the map, they were like, you know what? It doesn't go faster. They're like, it doesn't go fast enough. And they made it 4x for whatever reason. Oh yeah, also, Ray just spawns tornadoes on the enemy team so that if you're scoring when they're capping Ray, their Rayquaza is a global Mewtwo ult to stop you from scoring as well. Like, those two mechanics combined make this objective so degenerate. Like, I think right now, if Ray was 2.5x with no tornadoes on kill, and this damage boost was like back to what it was on spawn, which was like 30%, maybe 25, it would be way healthier. But they just like, I don't know, they probably looked at the win rates and were like, the team that gets Ray isn't winning 90% of the time. We need to change things. And they changed it. And then they also lowered its HP to make it easier to kill. Like, I don't know. Doesn't Zap have global Zap? Does it? If it does, they added that later, I think. But even then, like, Zap was also cancer, but for all the other reasons I explained. Yeah, I don't think that mechanic shouldn't exist, obviously. But we'll see how Groudon is. If you guys don't know the way Groudon works, I don't need a picture for this, but basically all these buffs that I just showed you, presumably Groudon's gonna get all of these as well. But if you kill someone that has this buff on them, you're gonna gain it instead. Probably not the shield, but you'll gain this part. If you kill them, you gotta, guys, look, Pokemon get killed, they just come back to life, all right? You're telling me if something gets hit by a Latios Dragon Pulse with like 70 meteors going out, you don't think that thing is dying? Like, how does Ho-Oh's ult work if they don't die? It's just they die, and then, you know, they bring them back to life. Rekindling flame? Like, come on, bro. Palmot literally has revival blessing. You can't revive something that's alive. It's revive. You know, it's not half vive. Oh, they faint. Oh. Blissey's eggs aren't killing the Pokemon? Exactly. Blissey actually throws rotten eggs at other people. and kills them with methane gas. That was fun though. It was good to go back and rewatch it. I didn't VOD review the games too closely. Like I skimmed through them and like after we lost. I tend to not watch after we lose. You know, I'm a little emotional. But also I wanted to save my reactions for the stream. Is it cathartic? All I'm saying is we're not losing a tournament next season. Oh, also, I promised I would leak a teammate, didn't I? I forgot. I guess I forgot to leak it for the YouTube video part of it. I think it's, if you're like adjacent in the Unite community, like in the competitive Unite community, you probably know even more. But the plan is that me and Zugrug are going to be reuniting. And we'll probably play under TTV. Unless we get a sponsor. Which hopefully we get a sponsor. So that'll be fun. There might be some more reuniting. But the others, I can't leak yet. You guys will know when you know. So I'm excited. I've known Zug for like over 10 years now. It's excited to play with him. Can we still name the team TTV? Bro, if the admins don't let us name it TTV, there's gonna be beef. There will be beef. Carvenin returns. True. So yeah, hopefully we can get the roster that we want. And Twitch be your sponsor? I don't know. Twitch is kind of a dog water company, I'm not gonna lie. The Twitch, have you guys seen the Twitch CEO? He's a creep. He's like, you could say he's my boss, but he's also just, it's this guy. Apparently he worked at NASA. Have you heard of Clancyville? No, and I'm kind of scared. Yeah. He was going into other chats and self-promoting. Disgusting. He owns a town. He's also a gigagooner, right? I think people found he was like following a whole bunch of, he might unfollow them now, but he was like following a like pretty much exclusively like OF models and like, you know, yeah. That part of Twitch, which for someone who's 61 years old, you know, lovely guy. Yeah. Oh, did you guys see this? Everyone's been posting their top 5 from every generation. This is mine. Let's see. I'll give some explanations. Mew is like my favorite Pokemon of all time. I really, because of Unite especially, but just in general, I've really fallen in love with Clef and Duck as Gen 1 Pokemon. I just like their designs. Machamp was a Pokemon that I played a lot on Smogon. Healthy Chatter with the 2K bits.
TTV sponsor.
Healthy Chatter actually infiltrated one of our Discord calls during the boot camp. He just sat there and vibed with us for like hours. That was funny. I remember I used to be the guy that would play only like UU Pokemon, like underused here, on Smogon, and I really liked playing. What was the Machamp set? Diamond Pearl? Yeah, it was no guard dynamic punch. Oh, I guess it's considered Ubers. When I played back in the day, it wasn't in Ubers. But I guess maybe people put it there afterwards. But the reason I like Machamp so much is that no guard made it so that you would never miss. And then dynamic punch had 100% chance to confuse. So no guard dynamic punch was my my tech. I got rid of one of the flies. Then Ubers because of no guard fissure. I see. Okay. I'm just saying. I remember when I played, it wasn't, but people probably figured it out like later in the meta. And then Vaporeon, I used to play. What's it called? I used to play Toxic Wish spam Vaporeon with Water Absorb. I think my team. I would always try to make a team with Vaporeon and a fire Pokemon. And my strat used to be bring out the fire guy, bait them to use a Surf or Hydro Pump on me, and then swap in singles, obviously, swap the Vaporeon in on Water Absorb. And if they didn't have something to resist Toxic, I would just start Toxic spamming them. Like that was my literal gameplay loop. I would literally just play Smogon to troll people. I don't think I even cared about winning back then. I was just like, how many people can I piss off? And then my Machamp would confuse them. So they would be confused and toxic. Right? And I played like, what else? I had like some really good U-turn pivot. It was fun. I was a demon. And then Gen 2, Politoed's like top 5 Pokemon of all time. I just love its design. I really like the colors. I just like the way it looks. I really like the small mythical Pokemon. That's why I have Mew, Jirachi, Celebi. I love Celebi. For Alligator, I played a lot of Crystal as a kid. And I always started with Totodile. I just love Totodile. I don't know. I think I just like Pichu. I don't really have an explanation. And I thought Crobat was really cool as a kid. And then Breloom was also on my Smogon teams, which is why Breloom is here. The Breloom set I used to play was the Sub-Seed. I was such a troll. I would play, put on here. It was like Sub-Seed, Spore, +1. Here it is. This was the moves I used to play. Toxic Orb, Substitute, Leech Seed. And yeah, I would just spam this. Breloom is very toxic. I loved this Pokemon though. And I also just liked it in general. And then all the other ones are whatever. I think Alteria's cool. Gen 4, these are most of the Pokemon that I played on my team. I always played with Staraptor because you need a fly Pokemon. I would always start Piplup. Sometimes I would go Turtwig, but you know, as a kid, I was always like, why would you go fire type? The first gym is the rock guy or whatever. You're just gonna instantly lose. Like you should just win. Palkia is the first ever level 100 Pokemon that I got. I actually scammed my cousin for his Palkia because I learned that traded Pokemon got bonus experience. So I took his Palkia, gave him something garbage, and I had 2, but I leveled his Palkia to 100. It was the first ever Pokemon I grinded to level 100, like with no rare candies, no cheats or anything. Lucario just broken, right? And then no Togekiss. Okay, Togekiss was the other Pokemon I played on Smogon. I remember I used to play Togekiss with Serene Grace, Air Slash. This move says Serene Grace, Nasty Plot, Air Slash. I think I played Roost. And the way Serene Grace works is it doubles the secondary effects of moves, and Air Slash is a 30% chance to stun, so it made it a 60% chance to flinch. I literally played all the toxic Pokemon. Honorable mention to Togekiss. But I picked Vespiquen because I really liked, at the start of Unite, Vespiquen was Like, I realized how much XP the bees gave, and it was such a big focal point for playing the game. I really liked it. Did I also trim his armor in RuneScape? I did trim some people's armor in RuneScape, but only after my armor got trimmed. And then Gen 5 through 7, I'm going to be honest, is completely influenced by TCG, like TCG Live, which I played during this era a little bit. TCG Pocket, collecting TCG cards now, and Pokemon Unite. And just because I thought they looked cool. I really like Solosis. I think it's cute. Whimsicott, I played a little bit of Whimsicott in VGC with Tailwind Prankster. I really like it. I just think Meloetta's design is cool. I think Genesect looks really cool. And the Genesect alt art card from one of the Sword and Shield sets, and the full art and the alt art from the new set's really cool. And then I think Oshawott just cute. Greninja, as cringe as Greninja is, it's honestly like amazing Pokemon design. He's so cool. The Frog Ninja. Slurpuff because of Pocket. Hoopa because of Unite. Aegislash is just also insanely cool design, right? The form changing, King's Guard or whatever. It's just really neat. Bunnelby because of Unite and because of Palace. The yellow Oricorio because of Pocket. The Gandel because it was one of the first full arts I ever pulled in from the Sun and Moon sets. Comfey because of Unite. I hate Comfey's design in Pokemon Unite, but as a Pokemon, I kind of like it. Pheromosa. And then Passimian, because I played this guy in TCG Live a long time ago, and I just like monkeys. I have another monkey on here, right? Yeah, Rillaboom. Rillaboom, because monkey Pokemon are cool. Eldal Cremi, because of Unite. The Denny, Morpeko, I think I just like it. Oh, Sirfetch. I don't know why, but I think this guy needs to be in Pokemon Unite. He is one of the coolest Pokemon ever. He's just so cool. He's a Sir. And then I didn't play 5 through 8, the games, but I did play Gen 9. We played it on stream. And Pandamouse, Garganacl were on my team. They're also, I think they're some of the coolest Mons. Raging Bolt, because he has a long neck. You know, nose long like Garden Hose. Orthworm, because that Shed Skin move, whatever that move is, where he pivots into Substitute, is sick. And then Tatsugiri, because it's a sushi Pokemon. That's cool. Deadtail, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Detail. What? Kind of fire until I saw Gen 6 Bunny. That's toxic. Togekiss support for Unite? I'd be down. Guys, anyone else Giga Parasocial and ended up following these two? I was trying to stay out of the Jason and Sakura stuff because I'm too old for it, all right? But as a DGen YouTube Shorts watcher, I just couldn't avoid it. So I got invested, and now they're breaking up or something.
This is something I didn't want to talk about, but I will.
It is like Giga Parasocial.
Like leaked messages with my ex. Like there was no like malicious intent behind that. That has nothing to do with
posting screenshots of her DMs. Oh, I have no idea what the DM leak was. I'm not that invested, okay?
Talking anymore. It was literally just him dropping, like asking if I wanted things to be dropped off, you know, like it's nothing weird. That was a long time, like that relationship was a long time ago. And obviously, like, Jason wasn't insecure about it. Jason's fine. Like, that's not the problem at all. But I
What's the
just feel like I
problem?
wanted to address that because, you know, don't look good or anything. It lets the wave pass. But I think sometimes, like, when you don't say something and you have, like, all these people, like, picking at.
They weren't a real couple. Now she's getting hella hate. Look, I don't think people deserve to get like hate or death threats or anything like that. But I will say, if you choose to make your entire content about your relationship, then you also deserve, you know, the repercussions of it, right? Right? Like their literal content for a while was just them doing stuff together or like, you know, flirting or like skirting the line in being a relationship or not.
At you and like,
but it's I don't like to watch people cry.
my community.
I don't like seeing people cry. It's too sad. I feel like we didn't get any context. Her ex stays at hers in Canada and looks after her dog. Her DMs were leaked. He's a liar. I don't know if this is true. I'm not disinvested, honestly. Oh, let's look at Newts. Gen 1 through 9. Okay. Oh, Abra's a good pick. Eevee's a good. I should have gone base Eevee instead of Vaporeon. I like Mew. I like Crobat. I like Chikorita. Okay. I think you're not allowed to pick two starters in the same generation. I think that should be banned. You only get to pick one starter. And then I don't know most of these Pokemon, to be honest, so whatever. Oh my god, my entire feed is just them. I promise you I'm not disinvested in them. Oh, George W. Bush. Vladimir. And maybe I shouldn't stream my Twitter feed. This is kind of risky, no? Let's get burgers together. Your feed is cooked? I gotta do a barber stream. Hopefully it doesn't end up like this. My Twitter looks pretty good. I mean, it's fine, right? I do need to like some Pokemon tweets. I don't know. This is kind of just how I use Twitter. I just scroll, and then I get bored, and then I just click here to refresh, and then I keep scrolling. Oh, I heard about this. Kalos stuff got lost. Every year, someone loses their stuff, huh? Yeah, we gotta engage more Pokemon stuff. Me watching my phone turn off after I ignored all the battery warnings. Yo, this is actually me every day. Yeah, I think Odessa's lost it twice in a row. Hello's having trouble with it. A lot of people have issues. Touchwood, I haven't had any issues, but it's kind of just RNG. I think Otter had issues on his way to NAIC this year. I remember standing in the airport with him for like an hour trying to get his stuff. All right, guys. That's a good stream. Keep an eye out on YouTube for today's pretty much stream. We'll cut it up, put it on there if you missed it. And yeah, we didn't get to play much Unite or any Unite today, but we'll play some Unite tomorrow. We'll probably do a long stream tomorrow. Long stream tomorrow, Pokemon Unite and Pokemon Pocket. I'll see you guys then. Obviously, thanks as always for everything. And yeah, long stream during the day. I don't want to set a time because I know if I set a time, I'll miss it. But the goal is to go live at around 3 p.m. Eastern and be live all the way until like this time ish. But I want to start at around 3. So if you want to plan your day around it, I'll see you then.